Hi, happy Monday, all, and welcome to Pretty Antisocial with me, Jackie, and the
Good
lovely
morning.
Haley. So, as you guys can tell, we are actually not live today. This is pre-recorded. I am out of town. I was out of town over the weekend, and most likely, as you guys are watching this, I'm on the road home, and will be in the chat as well as Haley will be on the chat talking to you guys today as the video goes on. But so today we're going to be going over the Rekieta timeline that the Kiwi farmer house cat had diligently put together and sent out and kind of put the internet abuzz. What was it, like last week or a week ago?
Yeah.
It had come to our attention that apparently the house cat X account like was deleted or something, and I can't read that.
It's just this is the notification from Breaking Baldo News that they had deleted their entire X account. So here's all of this. Somebody says, "What's up with this?" Breaking Baldo says, "Did a dirty delete after Kiwi Farms users called her out for attention seeking, pay picking, melting super chats." And then this chick says, "I read they think it's Faren, but I have another theory." So they were talking about fair and balanced, but
yeah. I know that the day after that the timeline came out, whoever house cat was also in the steel toe chat, like just sending in money and stuff and talking about the timeline itself. But what's really interesting about this thing is that we decided to do the timeline like a day or two before we found out that the Twitter was deleted, or the X was deleted. So we're like, okay, well, divine intervention, I guess. So we decided to do the timeline also because I know that I've said a lot of times I had known who Rekieta was because of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, as well as the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, but I didn't watch his stuff regularly and kind of wanted to get more of an understanding of the progression of things, like where it started, where it began, how like all this how the Kiwi Farms thread started and all this other stuff. But so we wanted to just kind of go through the timeline and just see how things start from A to now, I guess. So I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add to that.
Well, just, I knew most of this just from watching Rekieta during this time frame, and I think this just goes, let's see, I think they started this timeline in 2019, 2021 is where it starts out. But so I had known a lot of this, but sort of forgot about some things. So it was good to review. I wonder why they took it down. I don't know, like their entire X account, which is still on Kiwi Farms. Like that post itself is still there. So it's just interesting. Like why?
Right. I know. I was thinking about that the whole time too. It's just like, what? Because what would the purpose of taking the X account be? It's not like we know who they are, or even if someone speculated that it was a person X, Y, and Z, how is it that they would, figure it out?
Why would it matter? I mean, why,
Right. Why would it matter?
Strange. I don't know.
So I learned a lot going through this timeline and things that I probably didn't even want to know, but it did give me a better understanding of how and why people tracked so closely activities that they did. Because it kind of gives me Aaron vibes though too, because you'll say one thing and then another stream they'll say something else. Like he'll say something else and I'm like, oh, no wonder they were friends.
Well, and I think one of the big reasons that people did latch on to Nick specifically was because of some of the comments that he had made, or even the labels he had put on himself as being a trad dad, and like, I'm just a good dad trying to raise my kids and, homeschool them, or, co-opting, co-eding between school and church. And
right.
Yeah, I think people, when he started to turn, whether that be because that was sort of parallel with when he started drinking more heavily and when he started, coming on screen zooted out, basically. So I think people that liked him were paying attention, and this just didn't. It was very, sort of hypocritical of some of the things he had said about himself and the image he was trying to portray to other people. So between those two things, I get why people were curious. And honestly, a lot of his fans and locals, like paid members and stuff like that, had dropped off. They're like, "No, I'm done with this." So
yeah, it was definitely, well, when we get into it, I'll stop it and talk a little bit more about it. But it kind of started giving me dive bar vibes, like that whole little kind of community that they had with like locals, and like I guess they had a Discord at some point, but it was like, I don't know, it was odd, to say the least, odd. Right. So, and yeah, but so let's just get to it, because there's a lot and we don't have all day. So this is the beginning of the timeline itself. These are just some important dates from 2019 to 2021. He was banned from Twitter for body shaming. The Kyle Rittenhouse trial began, and then the verdict happened in November of 2021. And that's kind of when more the notoriety started, because it was a big case and a lot of people wanted to find out more about it. And it just so happened he kind of filled that void that was needed at the time. So in February 10th of 2022, Nick appears for the first time on the You Are Here podcast on the Blaze Network in Dallas with Elijah Schaefer. And it wasn't actually Sydney Watson. There was another guy there too. I don't remember who else was there. But, and then after that, I guess Kiwi Farms finds evidence, like a tweet from Nick that knows of a gay bar in Dallas called Mr. And then the tweet was from June of 2022. Now, during this time, I think it was this time in Dallas is when...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I have a question. Go back. Okay. Well, I can see it. That says February the 10th, 2022, and it says Kiwi finds evidence that Nick knows of a gay bar in Dallas called Mr. Tweet was from June 7th, 2022. So how's that? Maybe it's a misprint from 2021 is what they meant, or what? Because they can't go in. You see what I mean?
Right.
I don't know what that...
Well, yes, there are some videos in here that are that I had questions on, but it's okay. There's a lot going on.
Well, the timeline's not right. That's why I'm pointing it out, because something's off there.
Right. So during this time right here, I don't know the significance of knowing that there's this gay bar, but on the 18th of 2022, Nick was on Adam Krigler's show, and he's talking about how he went to when he was in Dallas, he went out drinking with like some of the people from the Blaze, and like he ended up like messed up or whatever, or what have you. And I just wanted to play something from Adam Krigler's show then, because I don't know, the whole exchange is kind of weird. It just shows like he's there, and yeah, I don't know how to explain it, so I'll just play it. It's so weird recording it rather than doing it live. It's so different. So there you go.
Actually, not used to having that experience at all. But
what does that mean? Chat, are you with me? Don't you want to know? I feel like you owe it to us now.
So here's what happened. So I'm on the You Are Here show.
Okay.
And I had several high octane liquors, which was fine.
Okay.
I felt great. And then I went out to the bar.
I tried that bourbon you were drinking. It's good. The Smokehouse or something?
Yeah.
That was good stuff.
Good.
Yeah.
I like
drinking on that bottle yesterday. Go ahead, please.
He's so much heavier here.
Then I go out to the bar with Savannah and some other people. that I did not know, but met. They were very nice, and was buying people drinks and stuff. And I think I don't remember having more than 2 drinks at the bar. I really don't. I must have.
Famous last words there.
I must have, because all of a sudden I'm in the fucking bathroom vomiting profusely into the toilet, and like I had been drinking a million drinks, like way too much. I don't even remember like what the fuck happened. I don't remember going into the bathroom. I don't remember much of anything. But then I was helped out of the bathroom by some lovely gentleman who then helped me into an Uber and sent me back to my hotel.
Wow.
And I'm like, what the fuck? I've never in my life.
Really? You've never thrown up at a bar or a club?
No.
Really?
No. Yeah. I don't usually go out to bars.
All right, chat. I'm talking to you. No, you be quiet. This is between me and chat. Do you believe this guy or not? Is this guy, is he lying or is he telling the truth? What do you think? I think it's bullshit.
Swear to God. Spock's honor. Swear to God. No, I don't typically go to bars because I don't.
Everyone's saying that you got roofied.
Dude, like,
did your butthole like hurt in the morning?
No, that was the thing. When I woke up, my butt didn't hurt and I had all my credit cards. So
all right,
I was
that's good.
I was like this, but I was seriously thinking this could have gone bad, and I think I may have fallen because my cheek and the side of my head were like in pain. There wasn't any marks, but there was pain on the bone, and so like I honestly the roofie thing crossed my mind legitimately. I don't know who the fuck would have done it.
I know, like
it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, who's gonna roofie that, right? I mean,
all right, so I wanted to do that one because the chat itself is the one that had brought up being roofied and stuff like that. And even though that he said that he thought about it, I guess he didn't really express it on any other of his other streams until later on when he was just like, yep, I was totally roofied. This is what happened, yada, yada, yada. And so I think because after he went on, it was like 2 days.
What?
Hold on.
What's wrong?
So, no, because I'm just looking at the timeline. So it jumped from February to November of 2023. So in November of 2023, he had come onto his stream and was just like, yes, I was totally roofied. And he was talking about being in Dallas again. So I just wanted to show this though too, because this is like a year. And you look at the difference between a year ago and now. But he's also like looks like 3 sheets with this one.
Yeah, and there's no other excuse really for that. Do you know what I mean? Like I've thought about this a lot since we've been covering this, and it's not like, I mean, unless there was like some major stuff, you know, that's private that obviously he never spoke about. But I feel like even if he drops hints in some of his shows about some of the things going on behind the scenes, it's like, what else? What other kind of stressor do you have in your life that would, you know, make your physical appearance this way? And unless, you know, but this whole time, I think there's been trouble in paradise with him and Kayla, with, you know, so maybe it's that, maybe it's the fact that by this point, he wasn't making all that money. He was no longer really doing trial coverage. He was just coming on stream and drinking and, you know, whatever. And he had the lawsuit with Monty at this point too. So I don't know. It's just crazy to see him.
And then later on in this timeline too, you'll see where he's like, I'm just done. He was like overdoing the Lawtube stuff. And like I put in my notes, I was like, oh, so this is when he confirms like, I'm actually a lol cow now. Because he was saying that he didn't want to keep doing the law stuff over and over because it was too boring. And I was just like, but they call you the law pope. Like,
right. And at another point, though, he had said like that the schedule with the children was so hectic that he didn't want to. Number one, he didn't have time to, and then another excuse was that there's not really any good trials going on, like and the ones that are good, I would have to spend 72 hours a week or something trying to cover it, and I just don't have the time. And then, I mean, I guess was Rittenhouse the last one he did? I don't remember another one.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. Honestly, I really don't. Yeah, I don't. But I know also there, we'll see later too in another stream that he did with Sean from Potentially Criminal when he was going off about the whole Josh Moon situation. He's like, I don't go to bed until 5 a.m. because of him doing his streams late at night. And I was just like, well, why are you doing your streams so late? And why are you staying up until 5 in the morning? Well, I mean, and then his streams are like 6 hours long, but like,
yeah, but then he would drive his kids to the co-op place. You know, it's like, he said that a bunch of times. Like, I've got to get off here. I've got to drive, one of my kids to school, or I've got to, and I'm like, okay, good luck with that. It's like,
right. Yeah. But I wanted to play a little bit of this. I think it's like till the end of him explaining a year later what happened in Dallas.
I don't assume it was for me. My butt's not that good. It was fucking awful. Your husband and you wanted to roofie each other, never got the chance. Okay. Camodol, 1214. I have heard that GHB, the roofie drug, one of the roofie drugs, GHB, if you do not drink alcohol and you take it and then stay awake through the roofie part of it, it's like 15, 20 minutes once it starts, you stay awake through it. I've heard people say it's a great high. I don't know. I wouldn't do that. The way I felt after being roofied was one of the worst fucking days of my life. So I wouldn't even try it for a good, I wouldn't try it for a good high intentionally. But I've heard that about if you do it without liquor and then get through the whole falling unconscious part. But
so now he's owning it.
I wouldn't do the hangover from that is
he's like, I wish I got roofied, but I wasn't drinking. It sounds like, because the high from it, I heard, is awesome.
The worst thing I've ever experienced. I wouldn't do that at all. It's fucking, oh God, it was awful. That next day was the worst thing I have dealt with. Can't do anything anymore. I had heart surgery 3 weeks ago. Sorry, your roofie sucked. Most roofies suck. Camodol. But look, you don't need drugs for pleasure. You don't need that. You do not need that. You don't need, look, there's plenty of ways to explore pleasure and fun with your partner that does not take drugs. Do not. Lady Raggets and I have had tons of adventures. None of them have needed drugs. None of them. It's great. I am
what changed
enthralled with that woman. 19 years of marriage, 20 years of relationship later. I have never, ever, ever in my life wanted or required drugs to go on some sort of new endeavor with her.
Until.
Right. Well, and like you had mentioned before, throughout this whole thing, at some point it became a relationship show where he would I don't know, became the new Dr. Drew or something, or what was it? It was Dr. Drew and Adam Carolla had Nightline or whatever it was, or radio show. Yeah. And he became, it's that was his new theme, I guess. But so after that, on April 7th of 2022, Nick shows his knowledge on harnesses for pegging with Joe Goodlogics and Elijah Shaver. So they're just talking about sex toys, I guess.
Elijah seems very stimulated. Yeah, Elijah. He just had another baby too. I saw that on Instagram the other day. Did you?
I saw that too. Yeah.
I don't know, man. My gaydar is on point and always has been, and Elijah has come off to me that way from jump. Sorry, Elijah. Like he's ever gonna see this, but
yeah. I'm not. I have nothing to contribute.
I had to throw it in there, man. It's on the page. I had to say something. Okay, go ahead. Yep. Sorry.
All right. So on April 11th of 2022 is the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Between May and June, Nick has his worst day ever. It happens during these few months, and then he confirms it in his July 4th video, which we'll see later. Then it's on June 1st of 2022, it's the Depp and Heard verdict. And then on the 13th of June 2022, Nick has a grift stream in which he discusses vaginas, buttholes, size of his penis.
We can read it, Jackie. You don't have to. There's times when we're doing a show and I get something like that. I'm like, I don't want to say this. And there's like, I have to because of the context. We can see it. You're good this time.
Okay. But in the stream, he slips and he talks about him and his wife going to Jamaica. And he discusses his worst day, blames friends, extended family, and God. And he counts it on his fingers. I think that was something that someone had said. And then he says that he made 200 to 250K during the Depp trial, which I don't doubt. I don't doubt that for one bit. So I do have a video, but I wanted to. These were screenshots from his stream, and this is from.
What is that?
Apparently, this is like I don't know what this is, but he put his cursor near her butt and said, "This is what everyone should do in the butt. Everyone likes the butt." So that's basically what I got from that.
I really thought those were her boobs for a minute. No lie, I thought they were like. Yeah, from back here before you zoomed in on it, I was like, "Is that her chest?" Sorry.
Yeah, I was like, so apparently there's a white cursor around this area. And
I see it.
Yeah, right there. So, yeah. So during the stream, they said this is in Nick's peak arrogance after the Depp Heard trial and short after his worst day. A grift stream, he drank every $400 in collective super chats, later reduced it to 100 so he could keep drinking.
Wow.
He had 16 shots in 4 hours and made $6,000.
That seems like a lot.
Yes, that is a lot. Also during this stream is when this is where they say the white arrow of his cursor was on the on this. I don't know anime or Amaranth. I don't know Amaranth's ass.
Yeah, I don't either, and I don't know that I really know her face, but she's just like one of those Twitch streamer like thought girls.
That does not look like this person.
No, she's real. Like her face itself is really pretty, but she's I think it's actually Aaron has talked about her quite a bit before April came on in the bikini stream. He was like, "Oh, they made so much money. They made so much money over there on Twitch, just being these little thought girls. It's like OnlyFans, but tamer."
Gotcha. But like,
and she's got lots of money.
Video games.
Yes, but just very scantily clothed.
Okay.
She's pretty in the face, though. Okay.
No, she's so like. It just looked not like a real picture. It looked like a very brushed, like, I don't know, cartoon. Yeah, no. Not cartoon, but like drawing.
Anime. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway,
or AI.
So I have one issue with this one, just one, and I'm gonna play the video because everyone's like, "Oh, it's hedonism. This is where," because he's like he's confirmed that he's going to hedonism in this one, but it's not that. He like slips up in here and says that, oh, him and his wife are going to Jamaica, and he's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And he's asking people for suggestions on where to go while they're in Jamaica, and he said everyone's in the chat was saying hedonism, but I know like eventually, like they ended up going because there's pictures and stuff like that. So, but I don't know what all of it means. I don't know.
Right.
And also this is when he talks about it. He had the worst day in the past 2 weeks, and a couple days have been the most trying time in my life. It was a really tough spot. He said they say oddly specific. That puts his worst day around May 28th. He explained that he's very happy in his career, but in my personal life, I'm having some weird hiccups. They involve friends, extended family, God. He counted with his fingers as if that was the order of the issue. So then shortly later, he says life is chest against God. And then he noted how much money that he was making during the Amber Heard trial. I was going to play that video, but you know what? it's not really necessary because that explained it more than anything. So, and I don't really want to. Anyway, so on July 4th of 2022, this was, you know, you would think on the 4th of July, you'd spend your time with your family, things like that. No, he had a whole stream where he's talking about like OnlyFans moms, pegging and cucking, which I learned something new the other day.
What
pegging and cucking was. Like,
ma'am, you're so precious.
I was like, I don't get, and then I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Got my notepad out, and started taking notes.
Well, that's where all the Jack Murphy stuff came from. Whenever Jack Murphy, you heard about all that, right? Whenever he was on You Are Here with Sydney.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's where all that came out. Like he had cussed her out or said something really hateful to her. And after that program is when people started digging into him and they were like, oh, hold on. And there were all these videos of him talking about being cucked and no real man has just one wife or whatever. And I don't know. It was bad.
Yeah.
I saw videos that.
I remember that, like, what people were upset with is because, like, for his like program, it was like $100 or like $50 a month to be a part of his membership thing, and it's like being a real man. And then it comes out that he wrote articles about taking it in the butt and watching his wife get railed by another dude.
There were videos. I've seen screenshots from these videos, and he's like spread eagle. Yeah. Yep. It's a thing.
I was going to ask if it looked the same up here. Do you know how they always say to women, oh, I wonder if the carpet matches the drapes? I wonder the same thing about that dude.
You know, I can't say that I know. The picture was like blurred right there, but it was obvious that he put it like this. That section was blurred, but you could tell there was a toy down there, and it was like he was having a really good time. So I don't know I don't know what's going on down there. I've never seen his thing, so I'm not sure, Jackie, but you should inquire and let me know. Oh, God.
I'm good.
Yeah, I think I'd be fine not knowing as well. He had a really beautiful wife, though. Like, his wife was gorgeous. And I'm like, I don't get it. Like, everybody, you know, if that's what you're into, fine. But to, like, ask people to pay you money to teach you that that's part of manhood, because that was it at the time. He was like this, you know, right-wing, what did they call it? Anyway, just this, like, not trad, but trad lifestyle, you know.
I mean, it was like, it's like the Andrew Tate stuff.
Yes. Yeah, it was all about how to be a man. And then you get in behind there, and it's like, you can't be a man unless you... All right, well, apparently so. He loved it so much he wrote a Medium article about it.
But that's what
anyway.
I think is really interesting, though, is because I feel like the transition from being like a Lawtuber to now like having all these conversations about like sex and relationships and stuff almost feels like he was trying to transition into that realm.
Well, not only that, but he was one of the main ones that was talking junk about Jack Murphy when this happened. And so I found it very interesting when this stuff came out. Like around that time frame, I feel like is when it completely shifted into the type of shows like you were talking about a minute ago, where it was like relationship based but very spicy. It wasn't just like, oh, you know, me and my wife, whatever. It was way outside of the realm of what you would consider trad.
Let me show you my Baldo and how you're supposed to use it.
I couldn't even believe that even happened. And I don't know if he was sponsored. I feel like he was sponsored or something. And I thought, wow, like of all the sponsorships that you get approached with, you choose this. And not only that, but like coming on screen and anyway. But I think honestly, like, and I'd heard him say this in some other clip, but he's been, I mean, you heard a minute ago that he said he had been married to Kayla 19 years, so I'm sure it's more now, 20 something years, had 5 children. From what I understand, that was like one of the first women he was ever with, if not the only woman. So I'm not sure. Don't hold me to that, but not many. And so
he said that him and Kayla were virgins.
Okay. And so I think now he's hit, you know, turning to 40, 39 to 40, and life is, you know, whatever. And he's like, the way that you would imagine a 16 or 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid that's growing into manhood and curious about different things. Like, I don't know. I think he got bored with her. I mean, and I know that you heard that other clip where he was talking about, like, after X amount of kids, like, the woman's body is ruined.
Right.
Right. So it's like, okay, so you're bored with her. And that's why I thought this entire time, like, I don't think this was necessarily Kayla's idea, but I feel like it was sort of a last ditch effort to keep him interested in her, as far as like hedonism too. And, you know, April and.
I don't know. I think it was a mutual thing. Honestly, the more that I started watching some of these things, because later on there's a video about how I think it's a combination. I think two things can be true at once, that they both were in the same realm, because there's another video of Kayla talking about how she had gotten lingerie from a dormie or whatever. I think it's like a Stitch Fix of for lingerie. And she was upset that Nick wouldn't let her have a locals because she wanted to post pictures of her in that lingerie on the locals.
Well, and you know what? We've heard the same thing about April as far as, what is that, exhibitionism when you...
Yes.
Right? So, and I learned that not too long ago either, but to where it's like you enjoy people's reaction to seeing your body. And I think, you know, Kayla and April are a lot alike in that way, because Kayla was doing the butt photos or whatever on Butt Wednesdays or whatever he called it on
Ass Wednesdays or something.
Yeah.
But I learned a lot. I'm just saying, I learned more than I needed to. But I will say though too, when Kayla did that stream, it was in the midst after, like, all of a sudden you're getting all these booby pictures from women on locals.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was a thing, like, you just don't know. Is it something that this is what she actually wanted to do? Or she's just like, F those bitches. If they're going to do this to my husband, let me do it too. You don't know. So I go back and forth on whether or not it's something that he kind of like pushed her into, or if it's something that she pushed herself into. And so, you never know.
Right.
But you can see as time goes on, the conversations that Nick is having, things that he's saying about him and his wife and things. It's just like, first off, have a conversation with your wife, not with like the internet.
Right.
So I don't know, but
very strange.
So this is one of the July 4th streams. I'm not going to play it all. I can't for the life of me remember what this is, but a lot of these clips are from Alyssa clips. And so thank you to her for all of that too. And I mean, yeah. So here we go.
Maybe they don't. I don't know. Just a dude, not doing porn. Get your mom to post more anal videos on OnlyFans, you tweet. Yeah, no kidding.
Okay,
That's
so
fucking terrible.
Hold on. All right, so this is Nick talking about moms who have OnlyFans. And I just want to keep in mind, like, listen to what he's saying. And then I took into account, like, okay, so what are your children going to think? Honestly.
Yeah.
Horrifying. That is so fucking horrifying. The idea that a kid's mom in public school is on OnlyFans and everybody else finds out. Would you not fucking kill yourself as like a 16-year-old? When I say I wish no woman or man ever produced pornography, I mean it. And I'm a lover. I'm a lover of pornography. Addicted in many ways to it, trying to cut back, have been cutting back, and literally have cut back, but I've been in the process of cutting back for years because I'm a man, and sometimes, you know, it's late, you're tired, whatever, your lady's asleep, it doesn't matter. Guys deal with this all the time. It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you need to nut, and a vagina, mouth, or ass is not around. So you got to nut, you got to figure it out. That's all you got. Porn is the fucking fastest way to do that. You go, okay, here's the visual stimuli, which appeals to the male brain. It gets me right into the place. You're done. That doesn't mean men like it, prefer it, want the porn star or whatever. That's womanly thinking. However, that is the cancer of pornography, is what it does to everybody involved in making that thing. Everybody involved in making that thing has some consequence for your desire to get that nut.
All right, that's right. And it stopped. Yeah, I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
Nah. I'll say this. To the point we said already, but it's interesting, like when that switched to where he's comfortable enough to talk like that on his streams, whether it be locals or YouTube or whatever. Just interesting. Like, whereas before he might have said like a slick joke or something here and there, but it was never so revealing, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, I even heard like many people talking about before, like when he first started streaming, he wouldn't even say any cuss words.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know. It's just definitely different from. Could you imagine? Like, it's hard. It was interesting for me because I'd never watched his regular streams like after like the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. I like really didn't. Like I saw him like get drunk on a stream once and I was like, all right, it's just like not my thing. And I had other things that I was interested in. So going back and seeing this, I was just like, that is a far cry from what I was watching.
Yeah.
You know? So I wonder what like his regular viewers who were kind of like me were thinking when all like this switch kind of happened. It's almost kind of like I don't want to say grooming because that's the wrong word, but like a slow progression to get people comfortable with it, you know. And then those who don't want it anymore like will fall off, and then those who are just like with it or whatever.
Well, I think a lot of his followers felt betrayed in a way because he sold himself as a trad dad as a brand, you know, and then and a lot of his followers respected that about him and appreciated that about him.
Right. Because it's definitely a far cry from trad dad.
Yeah.
Status. And yeah. Well, who was it? It's the Third World Aristocrat has good videos, kind of compilations of Nick before and now. So I would suggest going and watching some of their stuff as well. But this one's a quick one. It's about a minute.
Having relationship troubles lately?
Oh, this is about don't get pegged. And I put the reason why I have this in here is because it's interesting to see this and then what happened with the whole Aaron situation. So.
No, there has never, ever been a request from Lady Rackets to me to peg. And if there were, she knows and I know that I would say no. And if I ever said yes to pegging, without a hint of irony, if Lady Rackets said, hey, I'd like to peg you, and I said yes, I would say, and divorce me after. That's 100%. This is literally the answer I would give. Yes, and divorce me after. Don't get pegged. Don't get pegged. Do not be a cuck. Amanda Max says, please stick it.
Okay. It is
shouldn't need to be said. Should not need to be said. Sounds about sort of like projection. I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah. And then I have one more from that same stream. And this is him talking about his worst day ever. It's about 1 minute and 24 seconds. So let me bring that up.
Did he say he experienced the worst day of his life a month ago? Damn. Literally, yes. Literally, yes. I don't know if that was, in fact, though, over the past month, I don't know if that was the worst day of my life. The worst day of my life may have literally been yesterday. I'm struggling, y'all. I'm right here with you. No walk is perfect. No run is flawless. Let me just say, the last month of my life has had the hardest days of all of it. Hands down. Hands down. I will be okay. That's why I'm 40, because I know I've been through some bad shit and I will be okay. You will too. This will pass. This too shall pass. Pass. I said pass. Whatever. Anyway, everything will be fine. Everything will be good. It may not be what you expect. It may be hard. It may be surprising, but it will be good.
I promised to talk about the Rekieta stuff.
Yep.
And it's kind of fucked up.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I just thought that was interesting to add because I like what is it that he was going through? And no one knows, you know?
Yeah. I don't know.
So so let me bring up the timeline again. So after his July 4th stream, after his July 4th stream from the 22nd to the 31st of July of 2022, his YouTube channel is suspended and then later restored. On July 29th to the 31st, he goes to this anime Matsuri thing, and women are stepping on him, and that was posted on Locals, and that's this picture. I had never seen this picture before, but that's that.
Yeah, there are a couple of other pictures too from different angles.
Yeah,
but and I think that's one of the first times people that followed him and enjoyed his content were like, what's going on?
Yeah, people have their themes. But the video attached to this is actually a Josh Moon video going over it, and I was gonna play it, but I decided not to because I'll play others. But it's weird to go back a few years ago and see kind of like their relationship and how awful it is now.
Yeah,
you know. So it's just it was weird to hear him talk nicely about Nick Rekieta on there.
Well, and Nick loved Kiwi Farms until that fallout too, and then it switched.
So August 1st to the 12th is Hedonism 2 trip. So I'm guessing the first trip, that's what they say, the Hedonism 2 trip. Then there's International Swingers Day on the 13th of August, and that's just an Instagram post from the place or whatever, saying that it is what it is. Now, in September of 2022, Nick goes on to Simcast and he talks about his favorite porn stars, and they said that they all look very young looking. And I think there was someone also was saying that it's interesting because they're all tiny and blonde. So he's got a type.
Guess so.
Yes. September 18th of 2022. This is supposed Kayla's mommy makeover surgery. He streams from a Minneapolis hotel after Kayla gets a procedure done. And Nick complains about not being able to have sex for 6 weeks. Now, these are all the links and stuff are different Kiwi Farms threads, like just trying to find out where the hotel is and like speculation on what type of surgery she was having. It's never really told in the stream itself. Yeah, and I guess when she was having her surgeries, he just like went back to the hotel and decided to stream until he had to go back and pick her up. And I was like, I'd be so pissed at my husband. I'm like, dude, why aren't you just like, you're supposed to be bored waiting there for me, that you're gonna go streaming?
I feel like I saw one of those because I can remember him saying like, yeah, she's done it for, or she's not going to be like, I don't know, something about not having visitors. I saw one of those when that happened, and he never did say what it was. What do you think it could have been?
People had a speculation that it was vaginal surgery, reconstruction surgery, or what is it, tightening or whatever. I don't know. I don't know these people, so I don't know. I can't speculate on that.
Weird.
Like, I don't know. As I'm sitting here speculating on everything else.
Right. Well, you know.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, they're saying it's a mommy makeover surgery. I mean, before this, she looked good, so I don't know what it could be.
Yeah.
And so on September 20th of 2022, Nick admits to have done coke in Jamaica and compares it to provigil. And I actually do have that video, and I will bring that up for you all so you can watch it.
I mean this sincerely. Get fucking control of your life. Don't let a substance, don't let a thing, don't let a hobby.
I started early too. Okay, so like, because in the notes it says to start at a different time, so this is a little bit longer. But I wanted you to watch this part first because of him talking about like taking control of your life, don't do drugs and stuff. So I just thought it was interesting.
Don't let a pastime control you ever. If you're ever talking to real people, like people that you care about, you're like, no, fuck you, I'm doing my thing. That thing owns you. Never, ever, ever let a thing own you. Nothing deserves to own you. You should always own your things. And it's why I don't play MMOs anymore, because they're...
What are MMOs?
Oh, no idea.
Dangerous for me. I know. I don't do provigil except when I drive, basically. Like when we have to drive to Florida or whatever, I'll take provigil then. Other than that, no. I like it too much. It's too exciting for me.
I think that's actually very telling about the whole provigil stuff. Like, he's like, I can't take it because I like it. And it's like he's explained before, it's like a prolonged feeling, and cocaine was only a short.
But here's the thing. I took provigil for a few years. In the morning, I would take one pill, and it's supposed to help you. All it's supposed to do is like keep you clear-headed. Like I never felt like I was zooming around or anything. And as a matter of fact, it got to the point where I was like, I don't know why I'm taking this. And I went back to the doctor and was like, and the only reason I'd been prescribed it was because I was having trouble sleeping. And so I was given something to go to sleep. So I would take it in the morning to help me wake up. But never once did I feel like I had to have it. Never. It was one of those things where I literally was like, I don't think I even need this. I can't tell like it's doing anything. Like you just were sort of sharper, maybe. Like your attention span was a little sharper, but never. So it's interesting to hear him say that. And as a matter of fact, since this point, several times he would bring up provigil, and I don't know. I mean, maybe it had a different effect on him versus, who knows what else he might have been taking or something. But, and like I say, the reason I had it was because I was so groggy in the morning from, the stuff they were giving me to sleep. So maybe that's why I didn't get the same experience,
Well, I'm going to speculate, and I'm wondering why he was on provigil to begin with, because a lot of times they say that it's usually prescribed for sleep disorders, narcolepsy, sleep apnea, which I was like, oh, that would make sense with nose, you know. But you know, I don't know, because I think off-label too, they had used it too for ADD, I want to say, but I'm not entirely. Yes, because there's even something that's like provigil versus Adderall, so it's milder. Yes, provigil is milder than Adderall.
That's what I mean about, for me, it was just like I was more focused, but I never felt like I was zooming around. I don't know how to explain it, but you know, if he, just a minute ago, you were talking about how late he streamed into the night. So maybe it's one of those things where like maybe he just, I don't know, maybe he did have trouble sleeping or was an insomniac to a degree. And then come 6, 7 a.m., whenever he needed to actually deal with his children and be a father, it was something to help him maintain for a little while or something. I don't know. It never made me feel like I was awake. I don't know. Maybe my sleep meds were too heavy or something, but it never really helped me. I just felt like I was sharper, like my attention was good.
Yeah. I don't know.
If he's staying up all night, you know, maybe he had sleep issues and that's why he needed both. Needed to stay up and needed something to keep going in the morning when he actually needed to function. I don't know.
But it's in this clip though, it's him explaining that he just does it, but he doesn't like it because he doesn't like the feeling. And then later on, he's like, the reason why he doesn't like Coke is because it was short. Basically, at first you're thinking he's saying he doesn't like Coke because he didn't like how it made him feel.
Right.
But that's not it. It was because it didn't make him feel that way longer, like provigil did. So there's smoke and it's trying to be blown up my butt right now, and I could feel it.
So no, I don't do that. Liquor, good luck. Cheers. Make it addictive for me all you want. You can construct the fantasy in your head, but if you told me I had to quit liquor tomorrow, I'd put it away. I don't care. Thomas Finton, with Halloween just around the corner, I think it's a perfect time to decorate the house. Specifically, I think some Troon Lucas Roberts decorations on the walls of the house would be perfect to make the kids beware, be scared. Oh my God. You better stop. Just ZOOT says you would love Coke. Let me tell you, Just Zoot, as someone who has done Coke very recently, I don't like it at all. Don't like it. Here's the reality. I just mentioned I take provigil. I know this is not the same for me and other people, right? But for me, provigil and Coke are basically the same. Coke lasts about an hour. Provigil lasts like 12. I'd much rather take provigil than Coke. Don't like it. Don't care about it. Don't like the taste. Don't like the numb feeling. Don't like anything about it. I do not like cocaine at all.
Wow.
Don't like it. Gross.
Okay.
Very I've never done it. I talked about this.
All right. He didn't mean to press the button, but
God damn it. I didn't mean to hit that.
Okay. But yeah.
Interesting.
See, it's like I have like little wispies like brushing up against my forehead, and it's driving me nuts. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like it was like a bait and switch type thing. You know, he's like, I don't like it. But, you know, because provigil, I can feel that way for 12 hours and Coke, it's only an hour. So, like, I much prefer provigil. And then he's like, but, you know, I also don't like how it makes you feel like itchy. And
I just call BS across the board. Having taken it before and knowing what it feels like, it's nothing like that. It's not, you don't feel that way. I'm calling BS where he's leaning into, I've got this prescribed medication that I'd much rather do, and then overselling what's so horrible about Coke. That's what it feels like to me, is like it's a sell. He's selling this idea to us.
Yeah.
The same way that Aaron was like, let's just do a hot tub stream so that people don't think we're swinging. Same thing where, you know what I mean?
Right.
I don't know. Who knows?
Just a suggestion, you know? You know, I don't know, man. Because part of me is just like, so did they stop prescribing him the provigil? Did they see some of the streams talking about provigil and the doctor's office said no? And so next best thing, right? He said that the provigil and coke, they acted the same. I don't know.
Don't know.
I don't know. I was prescribed like a generic Adderall before. And yeah, I didn't like it after a while. I was just like one of those things that's like, no, this is, you can tell like it's dangerous, like that how people could get addicted to it for sure.
Right.
So, yep. Anywho. So further along, after that, on the 21st of September, Nick talks about his sex swing with good logics and fair and balanced. We don't need to see that because next is the Nick and Faren drunk stream. I've got a few clips from there, and
and they're back to back. That's one day, and then the very next day he has the stream with her. He was into her for a minute.
Yeah. Like it's a little uncomfortable. I was texting Haley. I watched the whole thing. It's 3 hours long. Nick had taken it down after the stream. I think Faren had asked him to, or what have you. I think there's like parts of it that I didn't remember or see at the time, but yeah. So let me pull this up.
I was eating a cheeseburger a day and I was smoking a pack a day. That's what I was doing.
How much cocaine were you on?
I've never done cocaine in my life.
You've never done coke?
Nope.
Why not? I figured as a Bulls dancer you would have to do cocaine. I thought that like came with the job.
You know, there probably were girls around me that did it, but
there were definitely girls around you who did it.
Honestly, Nick, the girls looked at me, they were like, oh, she's the smart one. Like, don't talk to her.
Sure.
And I was like, all right. So, because I was studying for the LSAT. So I was like,
you're
like,
okay, Faren.
You.
Oh, they fucking loved it. Joe Kim Noah was like, I'm sorry. Like, forget the tit size. Like, felonies. Like, here you go.
Yeah,
like, he loved it. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
For the record, I hate cocaine. I think it's terrible.
I tried it once in DC.
Oh, now you tried it once. Okay. This is getting better.
Yeah.
First of all, you did not ask me when. Okay.
I just asked if you.
You said you never did.
Now you're like,
yeah.
Never when I was a Bulls cheerleader. Okay.
Okay. Correct.
Okay. So then they go into the whole conversation about that, but there are two other little ones that I need to bring up. Hold on. Because this conversation got so uncomfortable that even people from other streams were asking other streamers to go on and like break it up because they're like, what the hell is going on here?
Pull the plug, rip it out of the wall.
Yes, rip it out. Like, let's not do this. So,
okay. Anyway,
this one's bad. In my opinion.
Here's what we need.
I'm sorry that you're trash and that like everybody looks at you.
I'm not trash. I am sensibly tipsy.
We are all sensitive.
I've had like
woman. I've had is that at this moment right now.
Faren, I've had like 8 shots. If I would
hold on. If you go British, you know it's time to go to bed. I'm just saying.
If you go cockeyed, look at that pause screen. No, I watched this live when it happened. I was telling you this, and I remember I was not even, an hour or so into it, and I was like, this is not going to stay up. As soon as this is over, it's going to disappear. I'm glad that I saw it, and it did because not right then and there, but Faren had asked him to take it down, but I kept thinking, there is no way this is going to stay up. There is no way. And at this time, she was trying to get back into the news stuff, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah. But
at
listen
this
to this
moment right now.
Faren, I've had like 8 shots. If I was trash, I'd be on a plane to Chicago right now, but I'm not.
That's where she lived.
And she does her best to like deflect the whole situation. That's uncomfortable. And so much so that even one of the commenters, like there's a person who even commented and they were like, bro, like this is uncomfortable.
It says, Nick, you're screaming you have a crush. I'm an old woman. Mrs. Rackets will kill a bitch. She will not. Don't worry about it. Mrs. Rackets and I don't know how to express this to you. Guys, let me tell you. Lady Rackets and I have the most solid, rock solid, foundational relationship you can have. We have 100% implicit trust in each other. We know who we are. We know who each other are. We're not worried. Neither of us. She's not suspicious of me. I'm not suspicious of her. We've been through way too much in our marriage to be worried about some petty bullshit. Don't worry, okay?
Yeah. There is more. Like I think that at one point they talk about what is it called? The St. Andrew's Cross or whatever. Andrew from Legal Mindset had to come on and was like, dude, like I was streaming. My stream was like, hey guys, you need to go over there and stop this. So yeah.
Yeah. Somebody should have.
Yes, for sure. So, all right, moving on. So after the drunk stream with Faren and all that, Nick goes on a stream, talks about how his room in college was the no clothes room, and I didn't know that he was a cheerleader at the time in college. It reminds me of Phil Dunphy from Modern Family.
I never watched that.
Oh my goodness, girl. So in November of 2022, Nick posts a picture on his locals of Kayla in lingerie, and she also has like a slap mark on her ass too.
A what?
A slap mark, like a handprint on her ass. And Nick was sucking on her toes, and then she's flexing a muscle with Drex in one of them. Okay. In October 26th of 2022, Nick sings "Oh Mandy" to Mandy on his locals page, and then Mandy later posts her boobs onto locals. Now, I think this is the first time like someone had posted their chest on locals, and it happened to be this Mandy.
Yeah, but those weren't Mandy, since Mandy was a dude.
Correct. Now, next on here, it's Nick has Kayla on stream, and Divinity asks Nick how Kayla feels about the wine moms posting on the locals. I actually need to bring up that clip because I was going to bring up something else. So just give me one moment, because I think this is actually kind of important, because it's seeing Kayla's face on this one, because she didn't know. I'm losing my voice. This is not good. Okay. She didn't know about the Mandy boob thing on locals. And you could tell in her face. And her saying it too. That's why I had the... All right. We'll just play it and then...
Tit pictures? What's wrong with you?
I was going to ask about that. How does Lady Rackets feel about like all the tits that your husband sees, of like people that are like always around? Whatever, all the tits. I don't know. I'm assuming.
Only one person who has posted their tits in locals chats, and this is news to me. I scrambled to delete it immediately. Locals has a no nudity, no pornography rule, and Mandy broke that rule. It's not. I did not want her to post breasts in the chat.
Her own breast?
Yes.
How do you know it's her own breast?
Well, I don't technically know.
Good answer.
She said it was here. Look, they're right there, except with my face over the nipples.
Thank you.
Because you can't post this shit in locals.
Okay, so do you see them?
I mean,
like,
she did.
Sort of.
They're right there.
They're pretty decent.
Yeah, well, I mean, Nick's face is over the nipples, so it's
her nipples are
weird.
small. It's not like they're covered too much.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
then
like,
here's the
what
real
is
question: is she
happening
laying
here?
down or standing up?
I have no idea.
All right, and then they have this conversation. Anyway, it's just, to me personally, I don't think that she looks very comfortable with the situation.
Yeah.
What, you've got thoughts?
No, I was just trying to me, it's more revealing that, I don't know, that he didn't say anything to her. So it's like one of those things where it's like, do you say something and make it a huge deal, or do you keep it from your husband or your wife, and then somebody on a stream is the one that exposes you for, you know, having seen it and how you dealt with it? Because Nick looked nervous. Nick kept looking over at her like, I deleted it as soon as I could, as soon as I saw it. And she's like, I've never, you know, first I've heard of any of this. But I wonder, was that before? No, that was after he was posting pictures of her, right? Of Kayla?
Yes, but I don't think this, I think well, this is what I think is interesting. So that whole thing that conversation happens, and then, all right, then on the 8th of November, which was like a week and a half afterwards, Nick and Kayla put the butt bottle pictures up on his locals. So it's escalation, right? You know, so it's like kind of like, okay, so Mandy put her boobs up. Now Lady Rekieta is putting her butt bottle pictures up, and then it becomes Ass Wednesday, and then there's also boobs, and then vaginas, and all this other stuff happening on locals, and it's becoming this weird, like, I don't know what to describe it, like sexually charged semi-porn site.
Well, he said that was on locals, and he just said that it wasn't allowed. So what's going on? Was it a locals chat? Like,
yeah, it was like in the locals chat, and I don't know. But so on November 18th is when Nick does the Baldo review, and and then they say that this is the start of fans questioning his trad dad ethics. I don't know if I want to play the Baldo review or not. I'm just thinking time wise. I've got a lot going on.
Bring it up a minute and take it down.
Okay. Let me do this. I seriously watched it and I was like, all right, I can't, my computer's not wanting to press on it.
Well, then maybe it's not meant to be. You guys have probably all seen the Baldo review anyway, and if you haven't, you can find it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Which one? Let me see. I'm trying to find where you're at.
Well, here's what I'll bring up here is the not locals, sorry. Kiwi Farms thread about it, and he said Kayla was first Baldo November 8th of 2022. It was revealed during election night post stream. Nick received the Baldo from someone called Tiff. It was put to rigorous use that day, which meant Nick was now going to do a review. Kayla had even discussed it in the locals chat already, meaning Nick was able to talk about it more freely. So I'll just play a little bit of this.
What's up?
And then this down here is them in the hot tub saying that the Baldo is great. So
Tiff, can I disclose that it's your fault? Guys,
I'll be right back.
He's the one who sent the Baldo, which got put to vigorous use today. The review is coming. The review is coming. And yes, before someone goes fucking Cynthia on me, Lady Rackets was also talking about it with me in chat earlier today. Some of the people Some of the people who are in this chat can attest to that. So I have all the permission in the world. It was shockingly terrific. It was shockingly terrific.
And that's all you need to know, really, on that. So moving on from this. Yeah, there's another video, I think it's on Alyssa Clips, about his actual full Baldo review. You can actually see it. He'll give you advice. There's also a 5% off promo code if you're interested. So I am all the way up here. Okay. So Kayla was talking about the Baldo. Someone in the chat while they're in the hot tub had asked her if she thinks it's like 1 out of 5, and she gave a 5, that it was awesome, blah, blah, blah. So on December 11th of 2022 is when Nick actually meets April on Simcast for the first time. Yes. And I am going to pull that up too. It's just really quick little exchange that they have. And it's just weird going back and seeing it because you're like, oh my gosh, the stuff that happened afterwards. Ooh.
Well, from what I understand, he contacted her right after this show. He sent her a message directly after the show. And then the next thing that came up, I don't remember what month you said that was, but then, but that was 2022. So I don't know. I wonder how long they talked that entire year.
Right.
Because she didn't. And another question, I'm looking at this. Is Mandy Summers the Mandy that he was singing to?
Mm-mm.
Because they look like they could possibly be.
No, it's Mandy K. I don't remember the last name.
No, it says Mandy. Oh, okay. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. I don't remember the rest of it. It's like Kerr something. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. I just thought that person in the corner looked like questionable.
That would be interesting. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
At least he had underwear on.
Yeah, I mean, that was honestly, that's fortunate. I mean, my rule for streaming is wear pants.
Definitely. Yeah, I do the same thing. I can't.
Sorry. How awkward is it that he's in there in Simcast with Faren right there too? Okay.
Yeah.
Get away with that.
After that, I mean, they had talked a lot in that stream too about how, oh, you're like my older brother and stuff.
Oh, gross.
Yep. I have brothers too. We're not that close.
That because like I always put my knees up. Like I sit a little bit autistically, but I think it's too dangerous, especially because I had a mishap already on stream, like not a full one, but a very, very close one where like I almost had nip slip like 7 years ago. What was yours?
So I do hot tub streams on my locals. And I tell you, when it's the winter time in Minnesota, it's better to not be in a swimsuit. Because when you get out, that thing sticks to you and the wind blows and it's fucking cold.
Yep.
So I usually just, like the camera's shoulder level and up normally. But I was in the hot tub and on locals, when you're streaming, there's a text box that covers the bottom for you, but not for anybody else. And so I went back and watched the replay and I was like, holy shit, I couldn't tell if anything was showing, but it came pretty close. So I deleted it immediately. I was like, oh my God, this could have been really bad. I would have had no idea.
Also, being from Minnesota can confirm you're correct about the cold wind and shit.
Yeah.
Plus, I mean, if you're going to do it, you don't want it to be like when you're all cold. Like,
all right. So that was just a little snippet from there. It just, I don't know. But so after he was on Simcast, it was on is also in December. Kayla brings Nick to the underwear only bar for his birthday. And then on the 17th of 2022, Kiwi Farms establishes a link between Nick, Drex, and hardcore pornographer Duke Skywalker. And I don't know who that is, and I don't understand I'll be honest, like I don't understand the relevance of that too.
Right.
Maybe it's just more of like showing the degeneracy or something. I don't know.
I guess, but I will say this: the underwear only bar they found out was gay 90s. April said it later on.
Okay. Yes.
They should have mentioned that too, but yeah.
Yeah. On the 19th of December of 2022, Nick did a local stream where he addresses the locals chat and the salacious pictures being posted in it by the quote unquote wine moms. Honestly, there wasn't anything, and for me, anything noteworthy in the clip that I saw, so I just didn't even bring it up. But in December 29th of 2022, Nick goes on his stream and talks about how he can't be canceled, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a big man. I can't be canceled. Middle fingers everywhere. I got to deal with Rumble and locals. Yeah."
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to like kill puppies in the streets or something to be canceled. It's like stupid shit like that. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
So this goes to January of 2023. This is when Nick first discusses a sex dungeon on Aussie Overlord.
Never heard of it.
Well, what happened is he ends up talking like he's just like, oh yeah, we're like trying to do like construction or whatever, and like half of it's gonna be my kid's playroom, and then another half is gonna be like a sex dungeon. I was like, okay, that's different. Also in January of 2023, that's when Nick he gets the "I will be us" tattoo. Yeah. Let's see, where are we here? Oh. Sorry. I can't see. So, also in January, Kayla acknowledges that she has received lingerie from
Cara Mache.
I don't know, locals fan, and writes back in the chat that she's so excited for Nick to see, and for Nick, and that they'll tell him what they think or whatever. January 5th of 2023, Claire Bear exposes locals wine moms porn pictures and sexual chat sent to Nick. This is the one that I actually wanted to bring up because first off, I had no idea who Claire Bear was. I've seen them in mentioned a lot in the timeline, so I just thought that it was good to have a compilation of her showing like different types of things that were in that chat. So
Nick being open about his sexual escapades and feelings and such. And then Rekieta replies to that and says, I think she's actually most mad about A. So he's accusing Alyssa of being angry that the Discord was shut down. And that's why she's making clips of him speaking in his own words. Before I move on from egalitarian.
And she's talking about like Alyssa clips on that, I think. For sure. Like, so, yeah. So then Claire Bear is going to go over a few more of the things that were seen on the locals.
And her husband. I just wanted to give you guys a couple of bits of information on what she thinks is pedophilia. So this is egalitarian's.
Boy, that's gonna be a fucking insight.
All right, so this is somebody in chat. Quick question for chat. What do you consider a pedo? Liking children, under teenager, young teen, anything under 18? What's your line for pedo? Well, egalitarian was very happy to answer that question. I think that if you are attracted to innocence and ages that look like children, you're a pedo. Let's face it, there are girls who are 16 or 17 who lie about their ages to get older guys and who don't look any kind of childlike. If they're old enough to know they have to lie, I don't consider that pedophilia. Maybe that's a hot take. So
you fucking cursed us.
So-
Oh dear God.
So egalitarian bitch believes that if they're old enough to lie, they're old enough to.
If
That's-
they're old enough to lie, they, what?
Yeah,
But like, who is that? Who cares?
I started to lie.
I'm just saying, like, who is this egalitarian? What's that got to do with anything other than it's in the
it
local
seems
chat?
in Rekieta's locals has been just like this little slippery slope downward, where at first it was don't post tits on locals, and then we'll get to in a little bit. I have screenshots of Rekieta saying, well, technically nipples aren't against TOS. And then most recently, a couple nights ago, somebody posted a vagina picture in his locals, and that happened while he was live on stream. So we'll get there. I promise you. This is interaction of Rekieta with Based from Mars. That's the girl that was going to move. So he says, wait, Italy with an I, because that makes it a stripper name. And she says, if this pole class ever takes off, I'll use that as my name. He says, I'll hold you to it. She says, now that I'm moving to Florida, there's a strip club on every corner, so there's plenty of options. He says, I'll bring the money gun and douse the hose in singles. She says, that would be truly wild. And then he says, here's mine, ha ha ha. And he shows a picture of his actual money gun. You ever use one? I bought one in Miami. It's a fucking riot. So this is him telling a girl that if she does stripping, that he'll show up with his money gun and douse her in ones. All right. This is Rekieta posting a picture of himself from the shower. So this is like terminally online behavior. Posting pictures from his own shower. So we discussed egalitarian bitch and her husband Art the Clown. We've talked about secrecy. Next on the
he posted himself in the shower. On the, like, you know how we always talk about like the parasocial relationships. Like, this is not healthy. This is not like I don't know.
I agree, but I will still go back to the fact that if he and Kayla are all each other has known for this long, and the one little wisp of I want to get attention from somebody else comes up, then you've got a room full of women and trolls. I don't know. I see where he probably got hooked on the attention, and then it just got more and more depraved, and degenerate as it went along. But I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I could see how it would happen if your mindset turned to that, which looks like it did between both of them.
But also, like, if you're doing stuff like that, you can't get upset with Kiwi Farms people and saying they're touching the cow.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, because like that's and because later on he talks about like how they're getting too close, but it's just like with your locals community and stuff, like people are sending you things to your wife.
I'm just saying there was a turning point, but there was a turning point from professional to just all, he ends off the wheel. So
walling out.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's not really that surprising, because it seems like at some point it was just like, all right, well, nothing's going on. And in the meantime, and who knows when he first started dabbling in the nose candy, but those two, or Molly, I mean, that was found in the house too, allegedly. So it's like, between the two.
I hear you. There's just a few more seconds of this.
Is Sally78. And if you follow me on the Fediverse, you may have seen this picture.
So some lady had posted a picture and it says Rekieta was here on it.
It said Rackets is here, but close enough.
Whatever. Same thing. Teach their own, I guess. But after that, so the day after, Josh Moon, he weighs in saying that in his stream, he talked about, he's like, this is getting too much. Like it's like you have to reel it in because it's like becoming too much. So on January 25th, Nick has Kyle Rittenhouse on his stream, and during the appearance, he shows on his show, he asks like suggestive questions, and it's just like really uncomfortable. Where am I? Okay. And then from the 21st to the 28th of February of 2023. This is when Nick and Camelot are in Vegas, and they're talking about how like they don't swing. And during that time, Camelot 33-1 later recalls meeting up with hookers in Las Vegas. And then Steve Ghostney recounts Rekieta acting gay with him in Vegas.
Lord Jesus.
Yeah. I had another clip. Oh, and somewhere before then, Nick had did a stream and talking about how his what's it called? His show or his stream or what he's doing is evolving. And I just wanted to play a little bit of this because this is when he talks about how, you know, he's bored with doing the law stuff and now he's moving on to different things.
Hey, this isn't, I don't really like this. Why are you doing this? You should go back to doing the old thing. I'm sorry, but I can't. I can't do that. So I'm not gonna do this as a suffering job. Ever. And if you don't like it, don't watch. It's okay. If I listen to people who said all that shit, the show would be stagnant. The interesting thing about this profession is that you don't have to stop, but you can rebrand. Az did it. Quartering's done it. Other people have done it. And there's some pain and adjustment. But the thing with, you know, YouTube and whatever, it's all, there's 8 billion people. And you don't need a ton of them. You don't need a ton of people to make a good go of something. It's hard to get that number, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
Okay. So it's kind of like after the trials and everything, like him even saying that the rebrand is that he got the money and left and just was like, all right, I'm not doing the Lawtube stuff anymore. He just wanted to have fun on his streams and do weird stuff with his locals community, I guess. While they're in Vegas, Nick and Kayla met up with a locals fan, Sally78, and her husband. They also, when Nick was on stage in Vegas, he was drunk and he spilled his whiskey bottle like all over the stage. That was interesting. And then on March 1st of 2023, Fair and Balanced DMs are leaked. And this is when she was talking to someone, Frazier, aka Nova, and they had released DMs of her talking about, she's saying like the night of the infamous, here, let me bring it up. She's saying the night of the infamous drunk stream with him and we were up until 7 a.m. talking, and he admitted his wife wants to swing. They were at Swinger Island, and he's building a sex room and all this shit. I just laughed it off, but I've never looked at him the same. Part of me thinks it's her, and he's trying to go along with it. And then this person says, yeah, I'm not surprised. Her midlife crisis is a real thing. I think it's her too. She's a firecracker. And then later on, Faren had gone on to, I don't know, was this Twitter or what?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, look at the bottom. It's got the timestamp and all that.
Yeah, so she had posted on Twitter on March 1st of 2023 saying, a recent video showing a private personal DMs between me and someone I was intimately talking to, someone I thought I could trust, shows my intimate conversations regarding Nick Rekieta and my family. The person, Frazier, aka Nova, and I recently had a falling out. He released all our private DMs to Divinity. I don't know who that is.
She was just on the stream, the blonde girl that was with Sean. That's Divinity said.
Yes. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. So release them all to Divinity. Okay. Did Divinity and like Nick have a falling out too?
Yep. Oh yeah, for months.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So To the DM regarding Nick Rekieta, Nick and his wife are monogamous. This conversation happened at a time when rumors were circulating. I misinterpreted the situation. I have apologized to Nick, his wife, and his family. The fault is my own for misinterpreting it. It's discussing this kind of DM, talking about someone else's marriage that I don't know, was released in an effort to hurt me. To the DM of my private family chat with a text message from my father. My family loves and supports me. I want to move from DC to be closer to my family, but I was in a very deep depression, drinking heavily, and my family wanted me to get better before moving closer to them. It's discussing this kind of DM sharing private family conversations was released in an effort to hurt me. To the DM suggesting my sister was a cocaine addict, that private DM was not about her. Okay. This is not relevant, and I just don't feel comfortable like reading that stuff because I don't know anything about the rest of those DMs. So yeah, so those DMs about Nick and swinging and stuff were leaked. But if you go back and watch the drunk stream, when it comes to talking about like swinging and stuff like that, it was more of her suggesting it in a sense than it was of at that time. So anyway, so Nick responded to Faren's tweet saying that he is monogamous and Faren must have gotten it wrong. It almost feels like sometimes though, when you see like these different things that were going on with Nick at the time, that like people almost had to like bow down or like not bow down, but like tread lightly, because he was still considered like the law pope and had a larger following than other people.
Yeah, I was listening to what's his name, Legal Mindset was talking about it just like a week or so ago, and was talking about how Faren really didn't want any of that to happen, number one, but that she was backing away because of the power that Nick had over that community, and like how you know, which I thought was interesting. But
oh yeah, it's you can tell in some of these things, especially honestly when I watched, there's the video of Nick and potentially criminal Sean talking, and it was like Nick was going off the rails, like yelling, and like I don't know, you can just tell that the dynamic it wasn't like two friends or almost like two equals in a sense. It was just different. I don't know. It was in my perception, that's what I got from it. So on the 3rd of March of 2023, Josh Moon, should I just say Null? I'm just going to say Null from now on. Responds to fair and balanced DMs and the swinging allegations. On the, let's see, on the 7th of March 2023, Kiwi Farms notices Kayla isn't wearing her wedding ring on her now deleted YouTube. On the 7th of 2023 of March, Nick gloats about Claire Bear being hacked and her private nudes being leaked. That one is not cool. It was like almost like, well, sorry, not sorry at the same time. So on March 9th of 2023, Nick posts Kayla's boudoir pictures on Locals she took for him on her birthday. So she took boudoir pictures for him for her birthday.
Right.
Why isn't he giving her boudoir pictures for her birthday?
Nick posts Kayla's boudoir picture on Locals she took for him on her birthday. So, but she took the pictures and he just shared it with the group.
Right. But
that's
yeah. Unless she was like, yeah, go ahead, do it. I mean,
right. She probably did.
On April, So April of 2023, Nick goes to the Dick Show and WATP crossover show in Philadelphia. Nick later admits to hanging out with Riley and Mint Salad and that he was too fucked up to leave after his guest appearance on the stage. There's a lot about this Riley and mint salad. I don't know much about them.
You don't. It's a lot.
Okay.
It's a lot.
So on the 15th of April, Nick is stopped for speeding, gets a ticket. He's going like 81 and a 65. Shortly after a major Friday drunk stream. On May 13th of 2023, Nick talks about how he's still trying to build a sex dungeon. And then later on, he's like, I don't want a sex dungeon. Weird. On May 13th of 2023, Nick confirms he has a St. Andrew's cross on stream, but he had already said that on his drunk stream with Fair and Balanced later on. So, I mean, he had already said it like months before. Also on May 13th of 2023, Nick talks about how his Kiwi Farms thread has gone off the rails. He was just basically saying, like, you know, once it got to over 900 pages, people are just like making things up and it's just gotten crazy. Like, so, on May 29th of 2023, the infamous Do You Know Mandy stream, Nick gets extremely drunk and lusts over Mandy on stream, and then he later takes down the stream. And how it's now infamous. So I'm going to pull that up, and we're going to just watch a little bit of this. And this is from Noel's stream, and him talking about it. But here we go.
Fucking gorgeous.
Also, why is everyone naked? No one's wearing a shirt.
I could not tell you. What's the name of the stream? Do you know Mr. Free Speech?
Do you know?
I have no idea.
But it was taken down
Mandy,
after this.
If I were single, Mandy, you would never be single again. Mandy, if I were not married, girl, I would wreck you. I would save you. I would do whatever on earth. I would do whatever on earth to praise you. These weird guys who are like, oh, you're too depressed or whatever. No, stop it.
But what if you were on the MDMA and then your pee-pee?
I don't need Kimla. I don't need MDMA from Mandy.
What if the pee-pee was tracking Mandy?
Mandy is so goddamn hot. Mandy is fucking phenomenally hot. Mandy is so hot. Mandy, if you come to Matsuri, I will not say a goddamn word.
Oh,
I won't say anything. I'm a Christian, trad, whatever. Lady Rackets will tell you that you are fucking fire. I don't need to say a goddamn word.
So
Mandy,
you won't eat her ass if she comes to Monterey.
All right. Like,
yeah, but Mandy was getting pictures off the internet for different pieces of her body, and it was a dude the entire time. So watching this to me is hilarious. Like, it's disgusting, but also hilarious because joke's on him.
Yeah. But as a wife, if my husband was saying like that shit and acting like that, I'd be so pissed.
My husband wouldn't act like that. Period.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Ugh. I don't know. I don't like it. Don't like it one bit. All right. So after that, on the 13th of June, 2023, Nick goes on vacation in Corpus Christi with his family, and he has the infamous shower text with Noel. So I am going to just play a little bit of this, but he's like going off on Sean, potentially criminal. on this, and he's like just talking about the situation from his perspective with Noel, aka Josh Moon.
Stop being a fucking loser. Like, stop doing. You're so weird. Like, there's no reason for us to be fighting you, gay boy. And he's like, oh no, he's what?
He's not fighting.
Come on, Sean.
He's got a personal opinion, and that's where he is. Like, that's
his
not
personal
a fight.
opinion is objectively retarded and wrong. He's like,
okay.
He's saying flat out false things. Like, and when I would tell him, he's just like, no, I'm a good judge of people. And I'm like, but you're literally like, you're objectively incorrect.
The only thing I can counsel you on is probably you need one of those tankless water heaters because your shower conversations haven't gone on long enough.
I wasn't home when I did that, Sean.
Well, I know, but you need a tankless water heater. If you're at like the hotel, it should have been free hot water. You should have just kept going.
I was only in the shower like 15 minutes out of that 2-hour conversation.
Well, but I'm just saying,
the only reason I got in the shower because he was so fucking retarded that he wouldn't listen to very basic things. He's like, but tell me what you want me to do. I'm like, I don't want you to do anything. Oh, wait, am I supposed to sit here and simp for Josh while you're on my show? Because, like, what am I supposed to do here, Sean? Tell me. Why don't you tell me right now? You got a thing. Tell me. Tell me what I'm supposed to do.
I don't, but I don't.
What? Oh, so wait. So I have a 2-hour conversation with Josh. It goes on so long, I tell him a joke. Hey, Josh, this has gone on so long while I'm trying to tell you that you're doing this thing. And I just think that maybe... like, I don't want you to do anything at all. And he's like, what do you want me to do? I'm like, literally nothing. He's like, do you want me to delete something? No. Do you want me to censor something? No, Josh. I'm just telling you, you have a thing where you do this thing where you come up with a falsehood and then you run with it. And I will tell you that these things are false only because I know they're false. So what I'm worried about, and this is what I told him, Sean, this is what I told him for an hour and a fucking half. I told him, Josh, you are doing this thing that I can tell you you're wrong on, where you are misinterpreting what people are saying. And I think it's because you have this great ability to take in factual information, but you have an inability to discern fact from like colloquialisms, jokes, various aspects of normal people conversation. And I didn't even I said autism as a joke at first, but I was saying everybody who talks to you is bringing you a problem to solve as a system administrator. And so you approach life as a sysadmin with everybody's got a problem to solve. That means that when someone tells you something, you're not looking at it as it could be like I'm like, you're flat out wrong on timelines on a lot of stuff.
All right. So this goes on for 25 minutes of him yelling about Josh and yelling at Sean. Yeah. So God, I keep losing my spot. I'm so sorry. So after that, on the 16th of June, the Kiwi Farms discovers that Ricardo and Romaine, the employees of Hedonism 2, are actually friends with Nick on Instagram. On July 14th, that skips to July 14th of 2023. I Am Sneed Turkey. I had no idea who this I Am Sneed Turkey was, and I looked and it's like a person, like an actual turkey talking. And so they talk about Nick and his degeneracy live on the Locals call-in stream. Turkey asks Nick to follow if he's following Ricardo and Romaine on Instagram, and then Nick says that he and Kayla are monogamous. He used to watch a lot of porn and now he doesn't. I guess he fixed that problem from 2022 and he backed off. Also in the stream is when he denies that he's building a sex dungeon, and he would probably say, I didn't say I would like to build a sex dungeon. I don't have one just yet, or something like that. I don't know. But in August of 2023, Josh Moon reveals his shower text, and he talks about the issues that him and Nick did have and his perspective on it. And I just wanted to pull that for us to listen to just a little bit of. So you can do that. Can you pull that up on screen so everyone can see it, and I can just push play from here?
How much I want to talk about Rekieta, because he sent me a private message, which was really, really weird. We had like a conversation, which was like really fucking weird. And I tried talking to him, and I really don't even know what to think about Rekieta anymore. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. I don't want to be like a huge dick and just shit all over him. But I think he was drunk. And he just sent me a message out of nowhere. And then we had like a 2-hour-long conversation. I was on the train. I was traveling at the time. And he's sending me text messages at like midnight his time. Just like complaining. He's not even complaining. Right? This is... How much do I want to say about this? I will say this because he's shitting. He's with Juju shitting on the fucking site again, and he does this thing where he messages me and he complains about some shit, some random thing on the site, and then in this case, he complained to me about how the forum treated the black guy Drexel, and I know a little bit about Drexel. I don't like him. I think that he is the epitome of an N-word. I think that he is everything wrong with black people, especially black men, and I think he's a fucking sex pest. I think he's a literal groomer by the literal definition of grooming, and he comes at me and he defends Drexel, and I say like. I know a bit about him. I don't like him, and I think that people are in the right to say this. And apparently, he knows less than me about the drama around Drexel. And then he starts calling me autistic. He's like seething at me, calling me autistic, and because I'm not playing along. Because apparently, when he brought up Drexel as like a thing to defend, he's talking in a roundabout way how people in the forum will create a narrative and stick to it, even in the face of facts. And he was trying to lay that out using Drexel as an example. But in this case, Drexel was a really poor example to use because number one, I know about his drama. And number two, it's real. I know that it's fucking real. So, and then eventually after hammering down what he's actually trying to say, because he was going about it in this retarded roundabout way, he suddenly lifts up and says that he's not complaining. His life is great. He's happy about everything in his life. The Kiwi Farms doesn't matter. He's just remarking to me as a friend how funny it is that my site is so shit and everybody on it is a fucking retard. And he's just randomly sending this message to me at midnight in the shower.
So
says that he's in the shower.
Yeah. So that's that. It's crazy to see like that whole situation is what brought them all down and everything, but in September 16th of 2023, Nick goes to Nashville, stays in an Airbnb, a Playboy mansion. He streams from locals from inside the home and from the outdoor hot tub. He has like different guests or something on. I'm not entirely sure. Okay. So on August 26th of 2023, Nick says that the secret to a long and lasting marriage is always remain sexually attracted to your partner. Otherwise, you're not doing it right and you're failing in your marriage. On the 28th of September of 2023, he advises everyone to get a prenup and bemoans that he doesn't have one. Nick says that our marriage is great and fantastic, and if he or she won't sign one, don't get married.
No, wait, though. He says our marriage is a great, fantastic suicide pact. I think that's important.
Yeah. Yes, that
part.
Yeah. The way in which he started talking about his marriage down here from the August and September, in the one where he's talking about he's like, you need to change yourself for your partner, and if you don't do that, then you're failing in your marriage, is what he was like saying. On October 5th of 2023, Nick appears on Sealand's channel and watches her squirt chocolate syrup and whipped cream over her string bikini body. I did not see that. It was weird. Like, first they were clothed and then she was in a bikini and she was like squirting chocolate syrup in her mouth while they were talking. If later on she like put it over her body, I didn't see that part. But
I didn't see any of that. I don't know.
Oh, it was that I was like, why? I just don't know why, but whatever, to each his own. So on October 21st of 2023 is when Chrissy Meyer's show in Minnesota was supposed to happen with Steel Toe Morning Show. And like we know that she had to cancel because her dad was murdered, and Nick filled in for Chrissy. And this is Aaron and April meet with Nick and Kayla for the first time. And Riley and Mint Salad were also in attendance. I need to catch up on this whole Riley and Mint Salad thing because I'm obviously missing something huge with it. So
it's gross. All of it's gross.
Okay. On November 8th of 2023, Nick and Kayla go to Trump's Mar-a-Lago premiere of Dinesh D'Souza's Police State. This is when Viva Fry sees Nick in the bathroom, and there's like a little video on it. What I thought was interesting about that video, though, is like how like excited that Viva was to meet Nick.
Yeah.
I just thought that was interesting because, like, still even at that time, even though like all this other stuff is going on, he's still Nick Rekieta, the Lawtube Pope or whatever.
Right.
So, November 15th of 2023, Valhalla Waits tells Nick not to bring up the Nashville trip on stream. Okay, so this one's confusing because what he was saying is like what they were saying is don't bring up who was there, because Nick was saying that people on the Kiwi Farms will find out who you are if you're associated with me and like try to tear you down because in some way you're associated with me. That's what that's the gist of what I got from that stream. So on November 30th of 2023, Nick tells Sean from Potentially Criminal that he and Kayla are a monogamous relationship repeatedly. This is actually the same link video, is the same one of him talking about his conversation with Noel in the shower or whatever. And he said that he was in the shower to like break up the tension or whatever that they're having in their conversation. I don't know. But
I still don't get all that. I don't understand the entire shower portion of that, that meme that's become.
So from Nick's explanation, it was that the reason why he had said that he was he said that this conversation has gone so long, I'm texting you from the shower or something. And Nick was trying to like make a joke or something. I don't know. There's a lot that I think that won't know.
Your mic's going out.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So, December of 2023, Aaron talks about going to a strip club and doing cocaine up for Nick's birthday. This was this stream was actually from October of this year, and kind of like confirming that they went to a strip club for Nick's birthday.
Your mic's going out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
All right, hold on.
Sorry. It was quicker just to say it than to try to message you.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't even. Is this better?
No.
Then I don't have a solution.
It's like going in and out, loud, quiet, loud, quiet, loud, quiet, like every other word. It just started.
Yeah. Is it any better?
For now, yeah, but I'll tell you if it does it again.
Okay. Because I don't know what I can do because I don't have much over here. So in December 15th of 2023, Kiwi Farms finds out that Mandy is a man and Nick has been catfished. There's this whole thread on Kiwi Farms about Mandy. And I'm just going to show it because for time's sake. So Mandy exposes a man as Daniel Paul Harris, Mandy K. Flower. So this is the Kiwi thread, and they call him Buffalo Dan. I just think that's just not nice. But they had found out kind of the background. It says Mandy's history of posting stolen thirst trap photos in Rekieta's locals. Context is provided in the post from 2 weeks ago. The unimpressed cabbage was the first to post that Good Logics had likely leaked Mandy's number, and Daniel P. Harris information was posted on page 2798 by multiple people. First being, what is it, Antic Pointment? I don't know. Who later deleted their post, but this post should hopefully clear up any doubts whether the information is correct or not. So, yeah. So I would suggest actually going through this whole thing, because I think this is when, I guess, Mandy had called into Good Logics, but before she had gotten the number, it was like leaked there, and then someone kind of did a reverse search, and it came out to be this older man from Texas, is the gist that I got. So, anywho, on the 16th of December, Nick talks about going to the gay 90s underwear parties, and on the 18th of December 2023, Nick explains why you should go to a strip club. And then on the 19th of December of 2023 is the Live from Spencer Steel Toe morning show, evening show video. I don't know. Is that the first one that they had done at Nick's house?
I think so, actually. Yeah, I think so.
So here's a little bit of the beginning of it.
We were assured that everything would be smooth sailing if we stayed.
Right there, Pro2 chat. Why am I yelling at you?
Because you're on Molly.
Thank you,
everybody.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the program.
I love to see the way that April looks at Nick in these.
I know.
Right there. No.
And look at him. He is zooted.
Beautiful.
Jeez.
I hope this has all been very entertaining and mysterious.
How do they know? They haven't heard a goddamn thing.
But they've been wondering what's up, I'm hoping.
They've been wondering.
Yeah.
There are definitely some people who know the background.
Yeah.
There's some people who know the background, and there are swirling accusations all over the Steel Toe / Rekieta Lawverse, as the kids call it.
I like that.
Yeah.
But
he's gonna zoom out.
Isn't the
you
camera
know this
fine?
is fucking up all.
It's fine.
You know this is screwing up all your
here,
stuff.
I'm just gonna close the door.
I like how, hold on, and this one just real quick, that Aaron, he said the F word, and he's like, oh, how it's messing up, and I was like, that's a far cry from what we've seen today. But
he's so gross on his show.
Guys, we're gonna listen. I want to talk to you guys for just a minute about something very serious and something
Where it's
very
like
near
we're in a vault.
something very near and dear to my heart. Punctuality is very important.
Always.
Not only is punctuality important, but being where you need to be when you need to be there is also very important. For example, when you have a show at 7 o'clock, you should be home in your studio at 7 o'clock. But then sometimes there is a grimy, filthy Polak who pours booze down your throat. And
I'm an agent of chaos.
But you're not. You're just a drunk. Like
You're not. You're a person.
There's no agent of chaos about it. There's not this mysterious. There's not this mystique. You just poured booze down my throat. That's not some Joker type of plan.
And then you promise us everything is smooth sailing with your studio.
And it's been the opposite.
It's been
It's not an agent of chaos. That's just called incompetence.
What are you even?
all right, so they're having their fun, and then this is when I'm gonna just do when Nick comes up, and then
really
looks Aaron in the face.
This has been a terrible show anyway.
Yeah, we don't know how to put anything
It's been
up
terrible.
on the thing.
We're awful. It's not been good.
I don't. Yeah, it was a big fail.
They are so messed up.
The kids in the basement.
It's kind of how it feels.
Mm-hmm.
Mersh wants to know what the fuck is going on. He wanted to know that.
Chat.
No, don't.
Hey,
No,
chat,
no,
hi.
don't. There's no
Chat,
reason.
I feel weird. There's a camera in my house, and it's on, and it's broadcasting, and I'm not on it.
And it's yeah.
How's it going?
Oh, it's so good.
It's not uncomfortable at all. This is I wouldn't have known the tongue was coming out if it hadn't been for.
I couldn't even see except for the monitor,
Here.
so it's kind of hot. I get
Yeah, I
to
agree.
swap over there.
I'm on TV.
That is weird.
What's up, guys?
This is Why is Aaron not topless like Nick Rekieta when he's on Camel Cast? Look, people stylistically are just
Good
different.
question.
They're just different. Nick's been.
Yeah, so he's like anyhow. So they're live from his basement. Nick comes in and he looks Aaron in the face. Like, it's almost like he had known it was coming, and it's something that he's done before because he like knew. He's like, don't do it. Don't do it. So
he said that he said on the first night they met in October at the comedy club, that was the first time Nick licked him on the face. He just said that recently.
Oh.
To your point.
Maybe it's like how he says hello. You know how dogs sniff butts, he licks faces. Sure.
No comment.
Yep. Okay. On December 27th of 2023, Nick tells a super chatter that he is not lucky to be married. And he says that you're lucky if a girl comes up to you, holds up a prenup, and says, I'll never take any of your stuff, and I'll give you 830 blowjobs per year. And then in 2024, in January, he goes to the tattoo convention and gets his snake the first part of his snake tattoo. So here, I'll bring it up so y'all can see it. The lovely snake tattoo. Word. My mouse is like on the fritz right now. What the hell? Okay, here we go. And let's see, let's get that closer. And there it is, folks.
God, not attractive.
Goofy. Oh. But yeah, so then that's the start. This is like the calm before the storm happens.
Yeah, 2024 has been wild for them, huh? So
yes, it has.
All right, let's round off what's happened this year. On the 15th of January, April gets a speeding ticket. I think she was doing, 39 and a 30, but she was actually going 46. So the cop did her a favor there. I thought it was interesting to at least see that Nick is listed or was listed as her attorney. We found out later she had a court date remotely and nobody showed up. Aaron said that they overslept, but I don't know. And then on January the 29th, Nick and Kayla and Aaron and April in the Hot Tub Not Swinger stream, which we have on our channel. We reviewed it. I would suggest going there because it's fun because Jackie hadn't seen it whenever we watched it. So it was fun to watch her react to that.
It was my first and only time.
Well, once is really all you need. But yeah, if y'all want to see that, we suggest going and watching it on our channel. Yeah. April starts the stream saying, is this a sister wives situation? So there's that. On February the 8th, April walks off of Steel Toe Morning Show and is visibly angry, in tears, upset with Aaron, saying she had to deal with a personal issue. April does not return to the show that day. This is the first time when Aaron confronts April on stream about missing shows in the morning, and she says sometimes she needs to sleep in. So let's see, do I have that? I do. All right. For some reason, I don't have that pulled up. So let me get that. Okay. I have all my other tabs pulled up. I guess I'll skip this one. All right. So this is April upset and walks off.
Thank you, buddy. Root says, April, you're usually our little ray of sunshine while most of us are getting ready for work. It's actually a bummer to see you bummed out.
I don't get bummed out very often, so
April's all bummed out.
I'll get past it.
April, are you like falling apart over there?
I'm going to be fine.
Do you want to take the day?
No.
No, you can't cry on
I can take 5 minutes. Could that be?
You can't. Why don't you take the day?
Can I just do 5 minutes and get back to my normal day?
If you're not feeling well, why don't you just
Can I take 5 minutes and get back to my normal day?
You can take 5 minutes and go to your normal day. But
Thank
I don't want you to be crying on the air.
Thank you.
I don't want you to do that. April's having April's having a tough time. It's nothing bad. I know this is probably going to get clipped and sent everywhere and everything else. April's going to be fine. She's just having a tough time. It's nothing. It's not a show thing. It's not anything like that. I thought I would just kind of be silly and whatever, kind of tap dance a little and it would be all right. But I told her before the show, I said, you don't have to, it's
stop. Just move on.
Show. I don't want people to get the
I think she comes back later. I think she attempts to, or maybe not. No, it doesn't look like she does. No, that was it. So she didn't come back that day. And again, that was February.
Mm-hmm.
So that was pretty early on. Yeah. So February the 9th, a couple days later, that was February the 8th. February the 9th, Nick skips his usual locals post stream on February the 8th. And so he posts a cancellation notice at 3 a.m. saying that he had a client call with a serious issue. Nobody knows what that was. Yeah, 3 a.m. is when he did like the post. So I think I've got like all my tabs out of whack. Anyway, let me pull this one up. So then, okay, I got it now. Whee! So then on February the 13th, April changes into a string bikini on Steel Toe for super chats. And I can't remember how much this was for. $500, I think. I can't remember either. Let me pull it up and we can just, yeah, okay. It didn't look like it was the right video, but it is. Okay. Here she comes, everyone. Prepare yourselves.
My dick's already moving. All right.
Oh my gosh.
Do I have to do this?
No, you don't. I mean, you were the one who said you would. Oh my goodness.
Is this okay?
Oh my Lord. Oh, and she's showing the cardinal tattoo. Oh, that is.
It's just a scar.
Right. Oh yeah, it's just a big scar.
It's just a really big
Like,
scar
look,
from some really.
April is not an unattractive woman, but I don't get it. I don't understand how men see this body style or this shape attractive. To me, she looks like a 12-year-old boy or something. I don't know. Anyway, I probably should just hush. But and he can't keep his hands off of her.
Paid for it. I went with a classic black one with a not classic bottom.
Oh,
her nose is already really stuffed up by this point too, and this is still February.
God.
So
Helgi says, "Do a full turn." Yeah, see, they're never going to be satisfied.
Do a full turn. I don't know. Knock out tomorrow's goal, and I'll turn around for 30 seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, you get it. She's nasally anyway, but to me, you can already hear some of the nose situation starting up. So a couple days later, on the 17th of February, this is all from this year. Aaron gets a speeding ticket going to and from the Rekieta house for going 45 and a 30. And then on the 19th, Aaron gets a speeding ticket going to and from the Rekieta house going 80 and a 65. I'll show you those real quick, just for posterity's sake. So we've got, let's see, here he is. Where's this at? Date of offense, the 17th of February, 45 and a 30. And then on the 19th, he's got, where is it? 80 and a 65. So speeding back and forth between the Rekieta house, I guess to make it for the show or whatnot.
It seems to be a common theme with those three is the speeding tickets. And I think at one point, with Nick's speeding ticket, he needed to pay or be fined like $5 or $25. And at the time of the timeline being posted, he hadn't paid those tickets yet.
It's like he's above the law. I don't understand that. The entire time, no matter what it is that he's having to deal with, when it pertains to him, at least Nick, like, no, it's fine. Like
right.
There's other tickets that are in here, and he didn't pay his insurance, or his registration was out, or whatever, and then he gets stopped again, and they give him a different ticket for not taking care of the. It's like, what are you doing? Like,
yeah.
I've lost my messages, but so on.
I was just gonna say, it like just makes me think, like, is it against the law though? And it's like, yes, brother. Like, how not having insurance on that? Like, how? Why?
That's what I mean about him just being like oblivious. Like the law just doesn't pertain to him. Okay, so on the 27th of February, April's DMs are leaked by Lemmy. And we're not going to watch all of this, but I did want to bring it up. This is a Stalin 19 clip, but this is from BYB podcast. So this happened, and Lemmy leaked the DMs.
I was actually asking her.
This is Lemmy talking about it.
To come onto my channel just as like a guest or whatever. And did you want me to like read them out loud or?
Yeah. Like give us a preface it, of course. And
yeah, we're not going to do that. But the long and short of it is, as the conversation goes on, April says, like, I'm sincerely troubled and considering all options involving me leaving the show. So this was early on that she was confiding in Lemmy that she was thinking about leaving the show already. That's sort of the long and short of it.
And that was back in what, July?
No, that stream was uploaded in July. This was February the 27th. Was when the text messages were written.
The text messages, yeah. And so this was like after she had that stream where she was upset and crying.
Yeah. Yep.
And I mean, and you do have to take in consideration too, like a lot of those times, like people in the comments and stuff were like saying a bunch of things, and Aaron wasn't stopping it; he was encouraging it.
Well, by that, not only about her body and all that, but it was already, we already had the hot tub stream down. They were going to the Rekietas all the time. She's got her nose stopped up 24/7 and starts tweaking all over the videos. People were talking about it. People were like, what is she doing? Like, she seems high, whatever. So it got to her because it was true.
Right.
Real quick, this is a minute long. March the 1st, speculation started about April or ceiling cats being in the room while Nick is streaming. It's pretty silly, but I did want to show it since it's so short, and I'll actually speed it up a little bit for time's sake. That might be too fast. We'll do 1.25. Okay.
Mustang Queen says, on a scale of 1 to 20 ceiling cats, how sick were you? 25 ceiling cats. Dude, on Monday, when I was awoken to my way over spiked temperature that I thought would kill you, I thought I was maybe going to die. But very quickly, my temp was brought down, which was nice. I had a bunch of people taking care of me, and some really special people helped bring me from the brink of a really, really bad, like a bad fever. I don't know how to describe it other than that. I've never had a fever of a 106 or 107 like that. It's to the point where if it had persisted for even like a half hour, it would have been a 911 call.
Anyway, you get the point. That's Aaron and April, his very special people that were taking care of him. And also, how the hell do you have a temperature of 106 or 107 and don't go to the hospital?
Yeah. Like that will fry your brain.
Yeah, it's not good. Anything over like 104, 105, you need to go to the hospital. But March 22nd, 2024, Nick goes to check on Lady Rackets and doesn't come back for forever. But when he does, he has something interesting on his nose. Let me see if I can zoom in on this, because this was on a Kiwi Farms thread, so I don't have the original clip. We're not going to watch all this either, but
catch you in just a minute. Oh my gosh. Woo! We're back. Sorry about that.
Much different person.
Sorry about that. Here we go. Sorry about the delay. We are back.
Just like white. Oh.
We're back to this. We're back to this document.
Look at his eyes.
We're on to the next story. Oh my God. Give me just a second. Jesus Christ. Okay, so that was that's funny. So I'll tell you what happened why it took me so long to come back. I would have just kept this quiet and been like, wow, it took me forever. So Lady Raggeds was sleeping. And I go up and check on her and make sure she's good. Before the stream, I was hanging out with her and stuff.
His nose is
nice.
bloody.
It's like just very chill. So I said, I'll come back at this 1 hour thing and I'll come give you a kiss. Well, she's out. Star Wars is on. She's laying there. It's all beautiful or whatever. So I go down to give her a kiss. Startled her. Bam. Hit me in the fucking face. Like she sits up. And then I get down here and I'm like, oh my God. It's actually bleeding. So sorry about that. It was fun.
Make of that what you will. Mm-hmm. Let's see what else. On March the 23rd, the very next day, Nick is stopped for speeding, going 85 and a 65, and is charged with speeding and expired registration. March 26th, Aaron and April stream another Steel Toe morning show. This must be when they got snowed in or something. From Nick's basement. Nick comes in shirtless and licks Aaron's face.
Again?
Los Federales paid for this today, so thank him. Ladies and gentlemen.
So they got some gay pimp or like some sort of like homosexual sugar daddy to pay for Nick Rekieta to strip down to his underwear and perform fellatio upon this queer guy's ear.
Okay.
Right.
Bringing his nipples along. Shirtless Nick Rekieta.
Bad hair.
Okay. Oh, okay. Wait, first of all, can I ask you, how many viewers did he have live?
Buddy.
How many viewers did he have live?
This, honestly, he had 68 viewers.
There he is. Oh, it's
okay. He's sick. He's
spooky, scary skeletons.
This is
like
twisted.
Look at his collar. He's so emaciated, dude.
Oh
It's
my
like
god! It's
buddy.
Look at this face and tell me you did not just fucking smash a lion.
Buddy, he's fucking flying out of into his eyes. Look in those eyes, man. They're absolutely pinned, man. This guy's in the booger sugar to the nth degree. Look at him.
Oh shit! Sorry. Whoa! I'm scared right now. It's like a scary painting or something.
Like, is it coke? Is it pills? Like, what is he on?
94% of people says yes. He's coked out.
Oh, now we have to prove that it's actually if you fucking.
Okay, folks.
Hey, look it. You don't quite look at another man like that. Those are lustful eyes.
Wait, dude.
They're looking at themselves in the monitor. Of course, they have lustful eyes.
Lust in his heart.
Look at
he
her.
doesn't look at the moderately attractive middle-aged woman that's with this guy with that look. He looks at him like that.
What is going on?
And he's ready to fucking rub him down with oil. He's ready to pound him with the Baldo. He's ready to roll around in the hay with Buddy.
Let's see some gay sex.
It's about as gay as it gets.
Fucking don't.
Do it.
Don't
God,
you?
no.
Like, what is he doing?
She's like
she's
I
like
might divorce.
cringing.
She might divorce.
She's like, seriously, like the divorce papers are being drawn up in her head. She's like, what lawyer do I get? Because my husband is soying out and is allowing Nick Rekieta to lick him.
He screenshot it.
Like, is it worth the clout of being... Like, is it worth it, guys, at Steel Toe Morning Show? Like,
Wait,
who?
Was this... Wait.
Well, no one watches our show, so
Was
we
this
need
Steel
to go
Toe?
to the Baldo... Yeah, this is the Steel Toe show. They need the Baldo Pope to go to his house and fucking kiss his ring, kiss his Baldo. And
anyway, you get the idea. Pretty rough
Yeah.
business. All right, so moving on. Oh, okay. April the 1st, right after this, Nick is pulled over again for speeding. Nick is fined for no proof of insurance. April the 1st, same day, April and Aaron admit Nick took them to a gay bar for Nick's birthday. I'm not going to play that. It's just April comes on and is talking about how she went to the gay 90s and it's whatever. There was foam parties and it was the best time of her life and she wishes she had gone sooner. Same day, Aaron and April start to get backlash for the bikini backlash for bikini super chats, hot tub streams, and titty streams by their own OG fans. Aaron is going on a fan stream and is confronted with being a sellout. You get the gist of that. That went on for a while. The people who were like their regular fans were not happy with the fact that she had sold herself basically, and that he had pimped her out. So
yeah, for a few $100.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna send you this. If you can play this for 1 second, I've got to take care of something. We're at, or it's probably easier to show you. I'm at April the 2nd.
I
got
got
it. Okay, and it should only, it doesn't go very far. Go to 1:30.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Be right back.
So this is Nick talks about how there should be stripper poles in a church with Steve Gosney. No, Lord. Here we go.
This is pretty funny. Stripper poles in church. Get on it.
Yes, get on it.
That's so funny.
Let's bring these hoes to Christ.
Jacob's one of my buds. He says, I was really hoping the Christians would culturally appropriate cannibalism.
Me too. No, seriously though. Wait, we're not a joke. Stripper poles in church. Like, and I said, bring these hoes to Christ. You know what? You know who didn't need the hoes brought to him? Jesus. You know why? He literally already was hanging out with them. And she's like, oh, he goes into a new town with his disciples. He's like, look, guys. I mean,
Steve Gosney at this point, he's like typing to his wife, like, get me the hell out of here. Why am I here right now?
I want to go around and find the prostitutes because I want to hang around with those guys. And you know who's hanging around the prostitutes? The tax collectors, because these hoes be making dollars. Tax collectors be taking dollars. They know where the money, and also their clients of the hoes have the dollars to take. She's already hanging out with the worst people of society all the time. And we're like, and Christians are like, oh, you went and talked to these people. You associate with these people. We were talking about that a little bit before the show. You associate with this person. Oh my God, look at who Jesus associated with. If you have a list of the worst people in the Bible, he associated with all of them, including the Pharisees. Because
he was here to save all of us.
And because here's
take our sins.
Here's a hard reality for people to understand.
Well, and this
Jesus was a Pharisee.
Jesus was for churches.
Jesus
for
was a
sinners.
Pharisee.
It's full of sinners. We are all
Okay. Well, that was a lot for sure. So, yeah. So, Jesus and stripper poles. Okay. So on April 5th of 2024, April cleans out her closet and leaves Aaron. This is not said by Aaron on Steel Toe Morning Show, but we find out on the May 23rd, 2024 show that was the date around she left, because Aaron had said it was 7 weeks ago tomorrow, which would put it around Easter weekend. Now, on the 8th of April of 2024, Nick is pulled over again for speeding and fined because he has no proof of insurance. So not only is it an expired registration, but also no proof of insurance. April 10th of 2024, Nick is asked about Aaron and April's crumbling marriage. There is a clip on here. It's very short that I will bring up. Of him talking about their marriage. And here we go. And
now that you're gossiping, talk about you besties, the Imholtz and their crumbling marriage. All I know is I love a good crumble on top of a cheesecake. Crumbling marriages, though, that's sad. I don't know what that's about. So you'll have to figure that out next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my gosh.
Now that you're
to me, he seems very out of it. And
Yeah, he stayed that way after that point.
Like, well, seeing him evolve, not only like physically, like seeing kind of him getting small, like skinnier and skinnier from whatever he's doing, but his mannerisms are more erratic and like,
oh yeah,
all over, and like in your, like he always was like, he'll drink like this and have his drink in his hand while he's talking, but he would also talk a lot slower and purposeful. And this is like, he's like as exuded, you know. So
yeah,
it's insane.
Sorry about that. I apologize.
No, you're good.
Can you unclick that? I can't see it. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just couldn't see it. Okay, so April the 14th, Aaron announces April is no longer a co-host on Steel Toe Morning Show. And again, we're not going to watch all of this, but I did want to show the important part.
Steve, I'm so sorry. April is, we can officially say now, April is done with the Steel Toe Show. She's doing better. Let's put it that way. She's doing better, but she doesn't want to go back. She doesn't want to go back to the abuse.
Now, this was April the 14th. The last time that she was on was April the 1st when she did it on her own, when it was the Can April Fly solo show. So for 2 weeks, he was telling us she was upstairs making candied bacon. I think I hear her, whatever. She had been gone from the house. She left. You know, that's whenever she moved all of her stuff out of the house. So he waited 2 weeks and lied to the audience basically the entire time, saying that she was fine, she was upstairs, whatever. None of that, of course, was true.
I wonder if in that time he was trying to make it better and it just didn't. So he's like, fine, like done. And that's why he didn't say anything to begin with.
I don't know.
Fix it.
I don't know. But if she moved everything out of the house, supposedly she moved everything out of the closet and left her wedding ring, that would be enough for me to be like, and not only that, but you've got months and months of watching this go by. I mean, at least according to Erin, that it just got worse and worse. She was bringing home a personal stash. She was always over at the Rekietas, didn't want to come home, didn't want to do the show, wasn't mailing the VIP packages out, wasn't mailing out Stoney's gift cards. You know, for me, it would be like, I mean, okay. And as a matter of fact, I don't remember the date specifically, but when you and I were researching when the divorce and stuff was filed, it seems like it was around this same time, because that was sort of, they had been hinting around, like the internet had been hinting that they thought they were getting a divorce, and he played around with it for a little while, but then it got to the point where he was making little snide comments about that maybe being in the works. So I think it was all, maybe he did try to get her home, but I don't think he fought for her by any means.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was that on that. And then so on the 23rd of April's speeding ticket, that was when the Zoom call was, and Nick, who is the lead attorney, was a no-show. On the 24th is when Aaron talks about feeding the kids SpaghettiOs. So we'll watch just a little bit of that real quick.
Was that I told a very innocent story that I thought was really cute. About me making one of the Rekieta children's SpaghettiOs when I was over there visiting. Remember that story?
Yes, I do remember that story. That's why I brought SpaghettiOs.
That was cute. We were all busy doing, I can't remember what, there was a project. I think we were putting in a door or something.
Okay.
I can't remember exactly what the project was. Oh, we were straightening a tree.
Oh yeah, I remember the tree.
We had just gone to the hardware store.
Yep.
And I had bought a bunch of stuff, and April and I both have a history of, like, me at my cabin, my family and I, we used to straighten trees. You know, you put two posts in, tie some string around, or tie rope around the tree, pull it back, tie it to the things. You straighten the tree out.
Yeah.
They needed to do that with one of their trees, so we were doing that, and I wasn't doing anything at the time. And one of the kids like, "Can I have some SpaghettiOs?" I'm like, some SpaghettiOs or something. It was one of those projects. Yeah. And I told this cute story about how it was so cool when that I made the SpaghettiOs. And then that was me telling you I was really craving SpaghettiOs when I did that.
And meatballs.
then you brought me a can of SpaghettiOs with meatballs from Rich Girl.
Uh-huh.
And the internet ran with that and was like, they don't take care of their kids over there. Aaron's making them all SpaghettiOs. I'm like,
who doesn't make SpaghettiOs for their kid once in a while? That's not.
But what we found out later, according to Aaron, is that it was happening all the time. And when they were forced to a bed.
Is straightening out a tree a euphemism for something else? Like,
I have no idea. That is an interesting term to use. But yeah, so we found out later on that they're sleeping forward to a bed. The kids are knocking on the door to be fed. Aaron, you know, he was the one to feed them often. So anyway, on April the 30th, Aaron starts to crack on Steel Toe Morning Show and addresses a number of things, including corner demons, cocaine cookies, and Kiwi Farms, and how Kiwi Farms is usually right. Which is funny because before that he hated Kiwi Farms, but so May the 7th.
And now he checks it, and now he says he checks it every morning.
Yeah, it's like the first thing he does.
Yeah.
Oh, you got it. Great. Okay, thank you. I'll be right back. I'm so sorry. I had an emergency. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. So this one, yeah, Aaron addresses on the 7th, on May 7th of 2024, parting with the Rekietas too hard, things getting out of hand. Like she said, yada yada. So here is this.
Oh, Cocktiff says the show fell apart when you started partying with Nick, in my opinion. I'll say this. I think we got distracted with our new friends. I do. I mean, I think everybody could see it. And I think he did too. I don't think it's a one-way street. I'm not sitting here going, oh, yeah, when we started hanging out with Nick and them, oh, yeah, our show really suffered. His did too, man. His show suffered big time. I remember he'd be taking days off and shit like that. And, you know, as we're all hanging out and having a good time. You're right. You're absolutely right. And refocusing your efforts and making sure. And when we met them, like, the trajectory that both of us were on was really a really good trajectory. Like, he had the whole Rumble thing going and all that, and we talking to Leighton and all that, and we both kind of fell off with keeping open the lines of communication to those places. Now I think we've been refocused.
Mm-hmm.
It's odd. It's almost like a relationship. Well, you know, when you first get into a relationship,
yeah,
and you're like hot and heavy into it, and you like ignore a lot of shit going on around you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's, and then afterwards you settle in and you start to refocus. And you're like, all right, I got to get my shit done.
I don't know where you're at, but just go to 155.
Red Fox Mad says the shows lately feel like the old radio days. I like this. I miss the radio days.
Oh, it went all the way through.
I do not like Nick. I get bad vibes from him. There's nothing. Nick doesn't have anything to do with this show. You can't blame, if there was something you didn't like about the show, you can't blame him. That he did not impact this show whatsoever. One time he raised us some money because a guy wanted to see him with his shirt off. That was it. The only thing it impacted. I'm finding out that, like, I'm okay with a lot of shit. Like, my attitude towards the internet is going to get people killed. I think eventually, because
hopefully,
you know,
Oh, that was it.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so on the same day, Nick talks about the topless scene in American Beauty and lusts after Mina Savari. And I don't know if it is that she was underage at the time or her character was underage, but that was a big thing. I remember hearing people talk about that. So, okay, moving on to May 10th, Nick is asked about his major weight loss by Ethan Van Sciver. I didn't bring that up because I think it's self-explanatory. I'm sure Nick said around that time that he had been super sick. I remember him making that excuse several times for his weight loss, that he had gotten really, really sick, and I guess lost the weight during that time. But
he started looking like that in 2023, though. The difference between 2022 and 2023 also.
Well, I think you're not wrong, but I think it just increased, to a point where people were like, he looks emaciated at this point. But yeah, I don't know. May the 13th, Aaron announces that he and April are getting a divorce. So let's listen to. Wait. No, I guess that's the same one. I think this may be the one that you just had pulled up, though. Anyway, let's find out.
Oh, Cocktiff says the show fell apart when you started partying with Nick, in my opinion. I'll say this. I think we got distracted.
Yeah, that is the one that I had pulled up.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, we'll just move on. I don't understand, though. That's not right. So anyway, all right, May 16th, Nick's church pastor, Kevin Mellon, a mandated reporter, meets with Officer Nestor to report concerns of child neglect in the Rekieta household. And we have gone over that before, where there was a letter written to the CPS workers. They had looked into it and said it was not enough to spark an investigation with CPS. But that was not enough to stop the police from doing their own investigation, as we know. So May the 20th.
I have that clip about Aaron and April getting divorced if you want me to bring it up.
Yeah, I do too. It was just out of whack on here.
Okay.
If it's, I don't know how long it is.
It's just like a minute or two.
Okay.
Oh, not even. It's just it's like 30 seconds.
This is a smoke screen. She is in trash bag.
All right. I just want to make sure it was
in
up.
several locations around Minnesota. Yeah, Suave Banana. No good marriage has ever ended in divorce. Yeah, we were not good. we were not good. She had her problems with me. I had my problems with her. This is one of those classic, I really do like her as a person. I really do. I think she's a great guy, a great gal. I almost said great guy. I think she's a great gal. But yeah, it's time to move on. That's what it is. I got.
And there it is.
So,
sorry to derail you.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm at. All right. So May the 20th, Aaron gets very angry on stream when reading a local's news story about parents bringing drugs around their own children. Aaron says he needs to move on to the next story before he says things he shouldn't say. So let's listen to this a minute. I remember seeing this one because it was right before the drug bust at the Rekieta's house. And I found this very interesting.
Did admit to investigators she brought the THC.
I haven't seen this one.
Room.
I mean, people say that weed isn't habit forming or that marijuana isn't addictive. Bullshit.
Totally
Bullshit. If you can't go to work without bringing your fucking THC gummies with you, you're hooked. I get tired of that, man. I get tired of people fucking lying about their habits. And one thing I respect about Johnny is that Johnny goes, look, man, I got MS. I got fucking pain and problems. He goes, I'm hooked on this shit. I can't function without it. And it's like, okay, that's respectable. That's honest.
I also don't bring it with if there are children around. It doesn't come with me. Why? Because this isn't for kids.
Fucking novel concept. Drugs shouldn't be anywhere where fucking children are. That is a consistent position I've had my entire fucking life. And when I see people break that, and then there's no fucking consequence, it irritates the living shit out of me. I fucking despise it.
And this is the other thing I have a problem with. You know that those gummies aren't supposed to be there. One, you have them in Texas where you're not supposed to have them at all. Two, you put them in a clear Ziploc bag. There's no way that a child can discern the difference between a THC gummy and a regular gummy, especially when there is literally no packaging. It's just a snack treat bag to them. It's not okay.
Do drugs or have kids. Make a fucking decision. God damn it. Don't sit there and fucking do both. Oh, I love my job. No, you don't. I love my job. You don't. Did you bring fucking THC gummies that could kill a 1-year-old, by the way? Did you bring them to your work? Yeah, then you don't love the kids. I'm sorry. If you don't have any kids, fucking throw shit in your body until you drop dead. I don't give a fuck. You want to throw your fucking life away? Go ahead. But you throw fucking kids into the mix, you're a real piece of shit. And then for this person, and then for this chicken shit to take off before the cops get there because she's got to save her own ass. Oh, yeah, you really love the kids, you fucking bullshitter. God,
like,
people and their fucking drugs and the fucking yarns they can spin for themselves to convince themselves they're not a piece of shit is fucking infuriating.
Like, I've used my vape pen a lot on the show and stuff, and I certainly have weed around here and everything. My daughter's not here. Like, she's not here right now. That's not a thing. When I went out on, Saturday to get my car washed, I took her out to the ice cream shop. The vape pen was at home. The stuff didn't come because it wasn't around the kid. And yeah, I really wanted to hit my vape pen a lot, but I'm with my kid right now.
You know what? I appreciate that story. I just realized something. I got to move the fuck on or I'm going to get too mad. And I'm going to say shit I shouldn't say. I'm fucking mad now.
Yeah, Corey. Those cats are innocent victims.
I'm just fucking pissed.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times with like Aaron's things that he goes on is he's like, as we're watching him, he's like actively going through his stages of like realizing what's been going on. I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. And he does. Of all the times that we've seen him, you know.
Mm-hmm. He's like mad at himself and like projecting it out.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So.
And that was just a couple days. That was on May the 20th. So that was right before they got ran in on, which was the 23rd.
Mm-hmm.
So May the 21st, the next day, Aaron admits that he and April did cocaine and ecstasy with Nick and Kayla. May the 21st, same day, was the infamous Coke stream. And we're definitely not going to watch all of that, but I do have a little bit of it that I wanted to bring up. Make sure I've got the right one. Okay.
I'm just sitting here going, most of the judges in Kansas County are men. How are they going to squeeze vagina liquor into my mouth? I don't want them to. But am I Zach Galifianakis? Am I Barack Obama? Am I Joe Biden? No. I do not want man juice in my mouth. So I go, can you just apply the fucking law? Can you just apply the fucking law? And when they do, they go, holy shit. This supports Nick's client. Here's the thing. I'm not a good lawyer. I didn't win because I came up with a novel legal argument. Literally, my clients have good cases. And I go, this person didn't hire that person. They hired someone else. Talk to someone else. Person A did not hire person C. Person A hired person B. Person B quit. Person C sues person A. Person C is not in the company of person B. Of course.
Anyway, I can't even handle it. Especially at 1.5 speed.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
So during this time at all, like, it seems as of now, he's going back to more of the law streams instead of what he was doing. No.
No, he's talking about that was his case with Monty.
Right. So I'm saying since the arrest and everything, he has been talking about his case, but then he's been talking about more of the stuff that's going on. I guess like mainstream wise, like politically and stuff too.
I haven't watched any of his streams. If it's not clipped up, I don't.
Right, but he hasn't really streamed in I don't know how many days now. Like
he hasn't streamed all of October.
Yeah.
But I have no idea. I don't watch his stuff anymore. He lost me at some point, and God, really 2023, early 2023 or late 2022. I'm just going to read through this because a lot of people have already seen it. But on the 21st, on that stream, the infamous Coke stream, is when he says Judge Fisher has liquor pouring from her vag. He returns with blow on his nose. We will watch that because it's like 30 seconds. Nick is so drunk, he repeats Anime Cup and Sneed super chat 8+ times. And then, of course, we have where he pleasured himself. Let me make sure I've got the right clip.
As he said.
Do what?
He was pushing, as he said, he was pushing on a spot on his leg to wake himself up.
Such horseshit. All right.
So you're like, oh God. I just wanted to back my friend Jim. He can't do it because he doesn't have back skin or muscle or skeletal structure. All he has is an iron lung, an iron kidney, and 3 iron Jews circumcised mouth fuck him. He just won't live. God damn it.
He's like imagining Jim in an iron lung, unable to move, missing his epidermis, completely skinless, getting mouth raped like a fleshlight by Jewish men. What the fuck? And he keeps going back to Medicare. Why the fuck is he mad at Medicare? What a bizarre thing.
Jim, no, you can pull out of this. Please pull out of the Jewish mouth. Just kidding. I'm just kidding, Jim. Please, God, please don't make fun of me.
So he goes away for like 45 minutes. No lie, it was like over half an hour.
What the fuck?
Not the peeing lawyer song. I'm not peeing again. Nice try, Nick.
So, did you see it on him though? At least, so he comes back. He's got coke all over his nose, looking crazy.
Ugh.
And
like
then
at that point, just go to bed.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I understand. Like, I can understand being upset because you're losing a case or whatever, but at that point, like, when you have to squint to see straight.
Yeah. Well, so this is when same stream. This is when he looked like he was pleasuring himself.
Make it TV.
We're definitely speeding this up.
Is praised. Why would you do this? Why now?
It's great evil. Where's it come from? How did it still enter the world?
Oh my gosh. This is slowed down?
Yeah, but I just sped it up. I sped it up too. That's why I'm like, I can't.
Oh man.
Robbing us of life, mind.
Anyway, you get the point. I can't handle it. So May the 22nd, Aaron hears that Nick is going to do a show potentially about him and reveals that he has a lot of stories that he could tell about Nick. I think this is pretty short. Yeah, 23 seconds. So let's look at this one. So this was, what date did I say that was? May the 22nd. So the day before the arrest.
Right.
Where did it?
The toe, happy to be here. $5 from the Moldy Crow. Did Nick ever invite you to Hedonism 2 or tell stories like that while he was there? There was a Queen of Spades event. I mean, obviously we all told stories of stuff we've done before. I mean, but I don't think that's his story to tell, not mine.
But so I think that's important though, because I've said it a billion times before. I think he knew what was getting ready to happen. And I think as it got closer and closer to the more and more relaxed he felt about talking about some of this stuff. And I think, from what we've seen, that he wanted to get in front of it so that he could look like the hero. So on same day, May the 22nd, I guess this is maybe the evening show because he's in different clothing, but he describes the day that April officially moved out, which was 7 weeks prior on April the 5th. So that's when we looked at the video a minute ago on April the 14th, where he's like, yeah, she's gone. She's not coming back. She'd already been gone. So let's look at this one.
And I like how he shaved after she left.
Well, I know
I've goatee.
I've said this before. I think that it was. I mean, who else do you know that has a goatee?
Right. I think it was a little bit of mirroring. So
yeah, but I think April wanted it
for belongingness. You want to belong.
I think April wanted it.
You think April wanted it?
He said that. He said that she's the one that asked him to grow it out. So she was trying to. It wasn't mirroring as much as it was her flat out being like, maybe I can make this work. I'll close my eyes, or I don't know. Yeah. Well, but yeah, it's gone.
April's mom and dad for the Easter baskets, and April just left the house. She's left the Rekieta's house, and I hung out there with the kids until we had to leave, until the kids wanted to go. And April had somebody let her know that I gotta really fucking watch it here because I don't want to sling any accusations. She had someone text her when the kids and I left. April didn't spend any time with me, didn't spend any time with the kids. It was fucking weird. I go home with the kids. I go upstairs. Half of my closet is cleaned the fuck out. She dipped. While I was hanging out there, she was at home cleaning out the closet. This was a Friday. And I believe 7 weeks ago tomorrow. And, I'll bring Gino on in a second. And when I got home, and it was awful. Half the closet's cleaned out. Her ring was sitting there in the closet. It was fucking heartbreaking. I contacted Nick. I contacted Kayla. I said, what the fuck is going on? I sent them pictures. They swore up and down, and I have no proof that they knew, so I don't know. They said, we had no idea she was doing that. I mean, she brought the clothes right to their house afterwards, so I have my suspicion. Man, I have my suspicions about a lot of shit after everything I saw and did and everything else, but that fucking sucked. And that was fucking brutal. And I believe a week later, and I'm almost positive on my timeline here, about a week later was when I sent that text that I won't be coming back. I had a conversation with my kids where my oldest told me, the oldest said, it feels like April's been distant lately, like she doesn't love it, blah, 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 blah. And I was, as soon as my kids told me that, I was like, I can't do this anymore. You know, I could fight, and I did fight for a while to try and keep it, but there was no reciprocation of that energy whatsoever. I mean, horrible shit. And so I told them, I go, I'm not going to be coming back. We gotta call this thing. And that's when I got the horrible text messages and the shitty, K yourself texts and all of that. It was fucking brutal.
So he's saying that on Easter weekend is when she cleared out the stuff?
Yeah. Well, no.
That wasn't...
No. That's not right. No.
Okay.
They had not done the Easter baskets yet for whatever reason. And when a weekend that was going to work for everybody, they took the Easter baskets over to the Rekietas. It was on that weekend. This was in April or maybe even early May. I don't remember. But no, this was not Easter weekend. It was like way past, because Aaron was talking about how it was like weeks and weeks after Easter when they finally had time to do it. So, I did want to show this. So, on the 22nd, same day that we just saw, the day before the arrest, Nick does a local stream, but appears on camera for just a second and then immediately goes off camera for the rest of the stream. He has a black eye and he blames his behavior on narcolepsy and alcohol. I remember this, and I had asked somebody else about it, and they were like, I didn't see it. And I saw it, but it was like on Twitter or something, because I'm not on his locals. But I had seen this. He didn't mean to have the camera on. Like, the entire stream was black. And when he first turned it on, this is what you saw. And if you look, that's the same black eye that he had in the mugshot. So I just thought that was interesting to include. Then we've got, let's see, May the 23rd, Nick, Kayla, and April are arrested. Children are removed from the home by KCHHS, the Child Protective Services. We've already seen this too, when Aaron finds out live on MLC that they've been arrested. We've gone over that a few times on our channel. And then on the 24th, the next day, Nick and Kayla's arraignment, which, just for funsies, I'll show a picture of it. I didn't think the video was relevant. Plus, they're both pretty long, but there we go. Yeah. Now, the reason you don't see April in these is because by this point, April had already bonded out or was released. I guess not bonded out. She was released because Nick finds out in this hearing, in this arraignment hearing, that April is no longer there. He's talking to the judge and he's like, I represent both of these clients and I haven't had an opportunity to talk to these clients. And they were like, well, and they actually did give him permission to speak to Kayla. But they said April has been released, and he looks visibly not like shocked, but surprised. Yeah, definitely. So on May the 26th, Aaron spills everything on Kino Casino. And what I'm gonna, y'all are gonna have to look that up. I have a link for it, but if you go to the Kino Casino YouTube channel, because it's like a 3-hour long thing, but it's very interesting. Aaron says all. Aaron tells all the juicy details, all the things, just really gross stuff about Kayla, April, all of them. Okay, so May the 27th. Aaron addresses why he didn't admit to the swinging. This is 1 minute and interesting, so I'll bring this up. This is a Stalin 19 clip, by the way. So this is him explaining to his audience.
Why did you tell KB there was no swinging only to admit it like 1 day later on a different show? That's because when I was talking to Kevin about it, the news of their arrest hadn't gone down. Once they all got arrested and April was clearly there with them and like the situation, like Kiwi Farms already pretty much nailed us all dead to rights. The only thing I could do was deny. And then they get arrested and it's all but confirmed. And I'm like, well, I mean, honesty is the best policy. Better cleanse your soul and put it out there.
Can we also just talk about the size and color of this sweatshirt?
That's the thing, like a lot of this shit I'm revealing, if they would have just not humiliated all of us by getting fucking busted with 27
Is that April's sweatshirt?
All of this. Becky G with $2.
No, he tells the story about it and says that he was drunk and he was outside and I don't know, just that it was dark and he didn't really know and he just liked the color, at least the colors under the lights, and everybody was like, "Well, why did you buy an extra small?" Like,
right.
I mean, purple aside, right? Like,
So
all of his clothes are anyway. All of his clothes fit him this way. I don't know. People were saying, "Oh, did you borrow that from Kayla?"
Real divorcing.
Oh my goodness.
Upstairs. Hey, Carl kind of looks like a dipshit, doesn't he, for saying the whole thing was a work? Good job, Carl. Investigative reporter Carl fucking Hoozits from WATP. Good job, buddy. Killing the game.
Yeah, so he was making fun of Carl for getting it wrong because he thought it was a work and all just a bunch
Oh, well,
of
now I
BS.
get what WATP is. When I had seen it earlier, I was like, what the?
You know what? Yeah. You
Yeah,
know Carl
now I
is,
know. Yes.
right?
Who are these podcasts? Yes, I get
Yeah.
it now.
Okay.
Yes.
All
I
right,
will
so
say I know who Carl is, but if he was in a lineup, I probably wouldn't be able to pick him out. But
well,
I know he wears glasses. That's it.
well, that you may get the wrong guy then. Yeah,
Okay,
Carl.
maybe it is the wrong one.
He's the one that's on this little piggy.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not very good with all that stuff.
Okay, so moving on, May the 27th. This is the same day. Aaron sends a nude photo of Kayla to Gino live on stream. We've seen this a bunch, but it's only 20-something seconds long, so we're going to watch it one more time. You're all probably aware of this and familiar with this. Let's see. I can't get any bigger than that. Oh, it's a minute long. I lied to you.
Kayla's rack. She was beautiful. I'll say that. She was a beautiful
But the
girl.
tattoo on the right tit. Not a fan of tattoos on the tit.
Oh, the rosebud or whatever that was.
I just saw part of it in the mugshot. What? Come on. Not say, please. And I can say this because I'm a supermodel. You know, I can judge other people. I'm just saying, not a fan of the tattoo on the tit. That's all.
I mean, that's that I understand, Gino, and that's.
I'm not
look,
saying like if a hot chick like her had a tattoo on her tit, I'm like, no, yeah. Just saying, what are your thoughts on that? The big old tattoo on the tit.
Well, here, give me 1 second here.
Oh, here we go. And what is it while you're looking about that? Like Kiana has tattoos, and I don't know if you've noticed this. Nuts about the girl, love her, greatest thing ever.
Check.
Like, they're
Hey,
with.
keep your.
What's that? Had to check my text. By the way,
did you check?
I like tattoos more than I think.
Your boy didn't do too bad, did he?
It's the
It wasn't the best. It wasn't
afterwards
the
that gets
decision
me
I've ever made,
every
but-
time.
God damn.
So disgusting. I don't know. They're just both so gross. Gross individuals.
It's very, since when the arrest happened, it's like afterwards he was like done playing coy with everything.
Mm-hmm.
Which you would think, like, because what would have happened if they didn't get arrested? I'm wondering. Like, if that didn't happen, would he still have been playing kind of coy, not really saying anything about the relationships and stuff that they had? Or
Depends on how bad and how dirty the divorce got.
Yeah. It helped, honestly, her getting arrested helped with that divorce go through real fast and with minimal pushback.
Yep. Well, that's what he said on MLC. It's the very first thing that came out of his mouth after he looked on the phone and saw that it was really her. He said, well, that'll push this, the divorce right along, won't it? That was the first thing he said. So May 31st, Camelot 331 talks about strippers during the Las Vegas trip with Nick. He also talks about Nick spending 20 grand a month on cocaine. Also May 31st, Nick's private DMs from a group chat are released post-arrest on Twitter and Kiwi Farms. Yellow Flash claims they were not released by him. The Yellow Flash is in these. That's why that's pointed out. Nick in the DMs details what kinds of guns he has and where they are in his house. June the 3rd, Aaron announces on Steel Toe Morning Show he and April are officially divorced. June 5th through the 7th, Nick fails his alcohol test. Court records show Nick tests positive for alcohol almost 2 weeks after his arrest, which he's talked about that some too. But June,
yeah, which is a stupid excuse, being like, oh well, I wasn't explicitly told I can't drink alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, come on.
So June 6th, court documents revealed Nick's 9-year-old daughter tests positive for coke via hair follicle test, per KCHHS CPS case. Hearing as per court documents released on Kiwi Farms. I did want to show just a really quick clip of Aaron on with Matt. And this is when, he just found out about it and was reading it from a PDF. So let's watch this real quick.
Oh.
Because his reaction here, let me back it up because
testing. After being placed out of the house, the children were subject to hair follicle testing. Guys, if what I'm reading is true, anybody who still defends this motherfucker, I'm just going through the list of things I want to say in my head, but I can't say on YouTube. Nick, don't stream tonight.
Yeah,
or fucking do.
Whatever.
Or fucking do.
Go on and talk about this, bud.
Case type, CHIPS. That's a Child Protective Services thing. In the matter of the welfare of the children of Kayla and Nick Rekieta. I'm hyperventilating a little. I'm so fucking angry. Alicia Sweep. Yes, that's the woman I talked to at Child Protective Services. They had to talk to all of us.
Yeah, obviously.
Findings of fact, conclusions of law and order following a joint emergency protective care hearing and admit-deny hearing.
They're fucked.
Subject matter. Those are the kids. Yep, that's their name, but we're not going to read them on the air.
Dude.
I don't know how many. This is 11 pages. Okay, this is just
what else is
the fact finding. Representation, ex parte hold and order hearing.
Got to be a part.
Facts that warranted removal from the children. An emergency protective care hearing was scheduled to be held on May 28th of 2024. At that time, the parents motioned to continue the hearing for good cause. The court found good cause to continue the hearing to protect the rights of the parties. All witnesses were placed under oath to provide testimony. Exhibit 1, drug testing of the parents. Exhibit 2, drug testing of the children. Upon executing the search warrant, we know about this. After being placed out of the home, the children were subject to hair follicle drug testing. All of the children, except for blank, tested negative. Blank tested positive for cocaine at a level of over 5,000 with a cutoff of 500.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means, but the fact that there was any fucking anything in there.
The child should not be testing positive for fucking.
You know what probably fucking happened? You know what's fucking disgusting? One of the parents probably did one of these and then kissed a fucking kid on the head or something like that. Fucking pigs. Fucking pigs, every last cock-sucking one of you.
We'll stop there, but I've got some thoughts about all of that. I think it's very interesting that Aaron is infuriated and upset now. Any of those kids, like, we don't know, we still don't know the results from all of that. I'm assuming there was a second test done specifically on that child to see whether or not it was a false positive. We don't know any of that. But just seeing his reaction pisses me off, because you had your own children there, and in a situation where, if it's something where the kid picked it up accidentally or off of counter or ingested it thinking it was something else or whatever that might be, that could have just as easily been his child. Where was this passion and this anger before all of this? Like, the kids should have never been around it, period. But we know that they have from multiple stories. So I don't know. It just aggravates me to see him react that way. Like, that's a natural reaction beforehand. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's what you would say if you had any idea that somebody was coming over and bringing a safe worth of cocaine over to your house when you had your kids for the weekend.
Right.
Not afterwards when you're like, oh, this guy, how could he do this? You were partaking for the last 6 months and you brought it around your kids all the time. So it's like, and look, it's something way worse than that, because he goes on to talk about how he thinks Nick might have been giving it to the 9-year-old kid because they thought she had ADHD. They thought it was a better way to medicate her, blah, blah, blah. Now, that could be true too. And if so, yes, condemn Nick till the end of time, 100%. But, Occam's razor says it's probably a false positive, or it's something that, whatever. I mean, to me, let's hope it is. Maybe that's just my wishful thinking. But, I don't know. I just think it's really weird to see him have this much anger and passion towards this. I don't know. There were so many opportunities, like when he tells the story about the bullet being on the couch with the little 4-year-old. Like, that's closer. That, like, in my mind makes more sense than something like, this with the 9-year-old, which, because we don't know how that came to be, but that could have easily been his child. So it's like, where was all this to keep it away from your kids? Yeah.
Right. No, I mean, I would like to hear more about, like, what happened with the test and it being positive, and, like, why are those kids back in the house then?
Well, so we know from all the other shows that we've done and the documents and stuff that we've read that during that time period, Nick and Kayla asked for a second lab to be used to test, I'm assuming definitely the drug test, but maybe the test for whatever was found in the house at the time too. But they wanted a second lab to look at this, a private, not the state's lab, because of all of the false positives and, like, the bad reviews and stuff that had happened at the lab that the state uses. That's about all that I know about it. But I remember listening to Nick saying that and reading through the documents where they at least requested, like a second opinion, basically, where that stuff got ran through a different lab to see if it was a false positive or not. We don't have the results of that because the CPS case is closed and they allowed the children to move back in. So we'll never know unless, Nick comes out and provides evidence.
And it wasn't leaked by the MN public records either for Kiwi Farms. So
no, and I wonder, because I thought about that at the time. I wonder if it's because it came out after the case was closed and they were like, okay, well, it's sealed now, we can't do anything, or what. But part of me thought, well, closed or not, watch it leak, but because that was all that stuff wasn't supposed to have been leaked. It was all dealing with minor children, and their names are out there and everything else. But so June 6th, April is in the court gallery for the Rekietas. Kayla hugs eldest child outside court and says, these are the consequences of our actions. This was something that was written in the report by this, I think it was the CPS worker or a court reporter or something.
It was something that I believe it was Alicia Sweep had used in her testimony during one of the hearings during the CPS case. And then she's like, yeah, I overheard her talking to her oldest saying, this is the consequences of her actions and stuff. And then people are like, well, how do you know it was about drugs and stuff? And she's like, well, I don't know. But still, like,
right.
You obviously know that you have done something wrong if you're saying that to, it doesn't matter what you did, you have done something that you morally thought was wrong for you to say that to your kid.
Yeah,
I don't know exactly what it was, but
yeah,
yeah,
we'll never know.
Right.
So same day, June 6th, it's revealed that Nick refused entry into the master bedroom during a site visit by a KCHHS worker to ensure the home is drug-free. Later, Nick later accuses the KCHHS worker of lying on Twitter. I don't know what that's about. I didn't even pull that one up. Same day, June the 6th, this is the first stream since the arrest. Nick does his first local stream since his arrest and addresses a question about Aaron, saying he wishes Aaron $1 million. Nick says he was not masturbating on camera. He was working out a pain in his leg. I mean, I have that. It's 7 seconds. We'll play it 7 seconds. Hold on. 7 seconds. Why not?
Sure.
Why not? If I can get it pulled up, it's going to take me longer to get it pulled up. Okay.
I hope he makes $1 million. Faust IXV says, why would you let another man come in your wife? Why would you let another man come in your wife? That's a philosophical question.
Well, that's not even it. That was the link that was on there, but oh my God, help. Hush. Anyway. I don't know. That's supposed to be it, but it was only 7 seconds, so.
It's like going back to that pegging and cucking video all over again.
Ugh.
And he says, don't be a cuck. Honestly, as much shit as Aaron does get for like the whole April of it all, and you're like, oh, you were cucked by but at the same token, I mean, Faren was stooping Nick's wife. It's like,
wait, what?
Each other. What?
What did you just say?
If he was, you know.
Oh, I thought you said Faren. I thought you said Faren for a minute. So I was like, what?
No, I said if he was stooping his wife, then, you know, like.
Yeah, but Aaron's the one that ended up with nobody. So for me, yes, they were both being cucked, but who's the bigger cuck?
Yes.
New game show.
And now he's got Slam Piece.
That's a whole other thing.
I'm new game show. Who got
let's have it. Yeah. Cuck or be cucked. Coming out January 2025. All right. So moving on. June 11th, 2020. This is June 11th, June 12th, and June 13th. Aaron got like emails from his fans. One of them said Nick and April were spotted getting pizza together. The next one was the next day Nick and Kayla were spotted at Target. And then the next day, Nick and April were spotted at Dairy Queen. I mean, I think all of it's BS, but you know, I didn't pull any of that up because who cares? June the 13th, Aaron recounts going to church with the Rekietas and speculates if the Bible passage is directed at them. The passage is Galatians 5:13 through 26. If you bite and devour each other, watch out, you will be destroyed by each other, with later references to orgies, drunkenness, and the like. And he used that like over and over and over and over and over. That Galatians scripture, like for weeks. He would find a way to weave that into the conversation, his show. So June the 15th, Nick streams showing his new studio where there is no alcohol, prominently featuring the Joker painting. Yeah, he was gone for a while and he comes back. He's in the same room. All the alcohol that was to the left of him in the stream is now MIA. And the only other thing he changed around, he moved that huge Joker painting off the floor onto like the main, the main wall behind him, and that's about it.
Because that other painting was a painting of liquor bottles, wasn't it?
Yeah, Kayla paid like, I can't remember how much it was, but it was in the tens of thousands that she paid for that thing. I swear it was. I want to say it was. I don't want to be telling you wrong, but I know it was in the tens of thousands because I remember thinking, really? But yeah, it was by an artist that he really liked. It's the same one that did the kitty painting, I think, is that one. Maybe the Joker painting too. I'm not sure, but I know the kitty painting behind him. It's the same artist, but she gave it to him for his birthday. So, June the 22nd, Nick does a stream answering fan mail with Minnie asking about April and if she was under the desk during the infamous Coke stream. Not going to bring that up either. June the 24th, Drexel says he didn't know about the Rekietas and their lifestyle on Camelot's show. This is 1 minute, and I think it's interesting to play. So let's bring this up. Boop.
Thought on what's happened with Nick, the cuckery swinging coke charges, his kid testing positive.
And this is Nick's like. Well, Drex doesn't a lot of the time, but I don't know. I don't know if maybe that's like a. I don't know. It's always on Camelot stream, so I don't know. Maybe he doesn't allow people to wear shirts. I don't know. But Drex is like one of Nick's best friends for life. They knew each other in elementary school, grew up together.
Right.
But on this full stream, Drex talks about how he had not talked to Nick for like a year. He was like, I don't know what's going on over there. He just sort of drifted off. We don't really talk. I haven't been to the house in over a year. So I thought that was interesting because the whole time that some of this stuff was going down, I thought to myself, like, because Drex really cares about Nick and he really cares about Nick's children. And I always wondered, like, why is he not saying anything? Like, if none of these Lawtube people, are saying stuff to Nick, which some of them were, but, people that cared about him, why weren't they, like, checking in on him and making sure he was obviously not okay? And I remember thinking in the back of my head, like, where's Drex? Like, I haven't seen Drex in forever. Is he talking to Nick and trying to reason with him? But anyway, Drex said, no, I haven't talked to him in over a year and haven't been to the house. So I had no idea what was going on. And, of course, he wasn't, like, watching his streams, so.
Because it's a pending matter, I can't really comment because, as you guys know, in the legal process,
let me say this about Drex too, because I don't know if you know this. I don't know how much you know about Drex, but Drex apparently was like dating a woman for a little while, and she had a daughter that was underage. And at some point, the daughter was of age and went to college and got into some freaky deaky stuff and wanted to try BDSM. And at some point, somehow it came up to Drex that she was interested in that. And so he taught her a bunch of stuff. This was the daughter of And so there's a lot of discussion around that because at the time, like right before that, she was a minority when he was dating her mother. But then she was of age and they got kinky together. I don't think they were in a relationship, but I'm just throwing that out there because I like Drex otherwise. I think Drex is great, but then I heard that and I'm like, okie doke. Like, come on, man. Can you imagine?
Apparently there's not a lot to do in Minnesota.
That's true, right? Like what? There's two things to do: drink alcohol and get freaky. But yeah, I wanted to put that out there before you watch any more of it because, like, Drex is a likable guy, but if you know that in the back of your head, ever since I heard it, I'm just like, man, Drex. All right, so anyway.
When you start commenting on something that is actively going, it's pending, that's when you ever notice that's why people got to keep on making videos, right? Like I believe this. And then they stamp their claim, right? And then, like, new information comes, right? Either for or against.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I gotta retract that, or I gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? That's why I just go, I don't know. My thoughts are, I hope that everyone comes out of it better than the best way that they can. But it's a pending legal matter, so it's like, I don't know much. And this is what I gotta remind people: Cody, I wasn't fucking there. I've seen people say, like you said earlier, right? Like whether someone blames you or something, I wasn't there. I wasn't fucking there. I didn't see any of this shit. Like no one can come at me because I wasn't physically there I, didn't see any of the things that people are talking about that they happened. So if someone hooked me up to a polygraph, I'd be like, well, I passed with flying colors. You can't come after me for some shit I didn't know.
So that's that. Very interesting and worth looking at, I think, because I wondered where Drex was, and whether or not he was in Nick's ear. So July the 17th, some of this is out of order, which is aggravating. But anyway, July the 17th, that last video was from June 24th. So this one's July 17th. Kayla files a police report against Aaron for revenge porn, which we already know that. I will bring up just the front page of this so you guys can see it. But we've done extensive videos on it too, that you can go back and watch. So there's that. That's still pending. Aaron goes to court, I think, in December the 19th, I want to say, but don't hold me to that. Then on July the 19th, Nick, Kayla, and April go to a tattoo convention in Minneapolis. That was hilarious, and we have gone over that too, so I won't go over that. But they were on the local news at the tattoo convention, and that is also where Nick got his snake filled in by the same artist. He said that was the entire reason why they went. So July 21st, April is caught on a hot mic in studio, proving she was still living with Nick, later to find she was living in the second home, or the Baldo bunker. I'll play just 1 minute of this, just so you can sort of hear what the hype was about if you're not aware. But this is Kino Casino, and we still don't know. Aaron says it's her voice. I don't know, but their reaction's funny. So just 1 minute of this.
Fuck, I didn't read the fan mail down.
He's talking to someone.
That's April. That's April.
I love their
Fan
reactions.
mail down.
I can't help it.
Oh my
That's her.
God.
That's
what an idiot.
That's her.
What are you? How stupid are this? Is what a live stream, Rekieta.
She's back.
Oh,
She's back.
It's April again.
It's
What do you
completely
know?
her accent, her voice, everything.
April Fools.
Oh, whoa. Chat, folks, Nick Rekieta here has been caught with April still in the house. We were just sent this. We're not even doing this as a segment right now. Look at this.
Can you go ask?
That's her. What the fuck? Does he know he's live? Are you kidding me?
Oh wait, I hid it somewhere in here.
Okay, it's not even like is she there? This is a complete, just a hot fucking mic.
All right, I'm going to stop it there. But he goes on to slow it down. Like he runs it through some kind of, I don't know, audio software and slows it down. And yeah. And then of course, Aaron says later on, yeah, that's her. But who knows?
But
so,
and like at this point, no one knows where she is too.
Mhm.
So to hear that at that time, everyone, I mean, even us, we were like, oh no.
yeah, and there's nothing to say that she wasn't at least over there. She was staying at the Baldo bunker, the
Right.
second house owned by Nick and Kayla. And when she went to court, she streamed from his studio. So even if she wasn't living in the house, she's close enough, which, you know, the second house is right next door. So, you know,
Oh yeah,
it
I'll say
probably was.
By heavens, like there are so many different addresses that lady used during this whole fiasco, whether it be the PO box for Rekieta Law or
Yep.
the address for the Rekieta Law, their second home, the Rekieta's Baldo bunker, as they say, and Aaron's house as an address.
Yep. All of it.
Mm-hmm.
So, the same day, July the 21st, Nick does a local stream where he talks about biblical characters who had multiple wives and where polygamy is referenced. Nick reads passages from the Bible detailing this. I don't have that either. I don't care. July the 27th, Nick appears on Chrissy Mayer's podcast. What?
I'm so sorry. I have to stop you there because why are you still like trying to use this guise of like guise or disguise of religion through this to like
because that's who his
explain
base
what
is.
you're doing?
Because that's who his base. That's his audience. Were these like, you know, straight edge, trad young men mainly, but also, you know, our age and a little older, I guess. But that's who his demographic was. That's what I think. He's trying, not only that, okay, but he's trying to convince himself that like this is okay.
Right.
Because Aaron said that he, not only Nick, but that Kayla had told him a couple of times, like, this is in the Bible, this is what God wants for us, blah, blah, blah. So in some twisted way, you know, he's made that right in his mind. And I think to stream about it, he's trying to appeal to some of his base. Has to be.
Or the base that he lost.
Well, they're not listening anymore.
Well, because I'm like, the reason why I asked though too, it's just like, is it like the seedy underground of Christianity that his base was, and that's why they had the locals and the stuff of people's boobs, and he's talking about sex and his relationships and Baldos and stuff. So I'm like, so you're bringing this religious aspect in it. Was that still part of his shtick? Like when he's talking about here, before you put this Baldo on, say 5 Hail Marys, like what?
No. And I think it's very separate, but the people that, when I say his base, those are the ones that would, you know, help support him financially. The locals people, I think that was a totally different thing. But you know, you had the troll, which was Mandy, who had first started it by posting her boobs. But that was quickly followed up by Nick replying and like egging it on with his own pictures and stuff. So that told everybody, at least that was in that thread, that this is okay.
It's okay
to do. Yeah. So I think they're very separate audiences and very separate, you know, reasons. And no matter what group of people or following that you have, there's all walks of life, you know. So this specifically, I think, was aimed at the people who were religious, who did follow him, thinking he was like a straight dude, you know, and probably you know, gave him a lot of money over the years. Probably you know, that is a Hail Mary to try to keep whoever is left around, you know. And probably to convince himself too. I don't know. But I didn't bring it up because to me, it's just gross. It's disgusting to hide behind that anyway, and to make excuses for degeneracy by using the word of God is not cool.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, July the 27th is when Nick went on Chrissy Mayer's podcast and insinuates that the local police planted drugs in the house. We've heard that. We went over that on our channel too. You can find the thumbnail where it's Nick and Chrissy and watch that. July 30th. Well, yeah. I mean, that was during the time of Clippergate, and we weren't sure if we were going to get in trouble for playing streams. And anyway, I think we would have been fine because I had talked to Frank since then. But anyway, we didn't. We chose to do a bit and read the transcript instead. So it's funny enough.
It was a very long bit, but still.
Well, we got it done though. We got it done.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's on our channel if you want to watch it. July 31st, Nick says on stream he has a big announcement. The kids are going to be back very soon, full time. August the 9th, Nick announces that the kids are back home. And I will play this because it's pretty short. Okay, let's see. I'm going to speed it up though. Either way.
What I've got. But the short story is looking to get back into 3 streams a week as soon as possible here.
That still hasn't happened.
On that is had a ton of time with the kids lately, and the kids are going to be back very soon, full time. So getting that, getting the whole life situation ready to be back into some semblance of normalcy. It's wild having the kids around again in the best way because it's exhausting. But then when they leave, it's so quiet, and it's unsettling how quiet it gets. So that's been one of the biggest adjustments through all of this bullshit, is just how quiet the house is when you're not constantly doing something. The they're all old enough to be relatively self-sufficient, but they all want help with something or need some like minor assistance somewhere. Interaction, right? Very basic human thing. And you get used to doing it for so long, and then that stops. And it's oddly unsatisfying because when you're in it every single day, you're like, God, I'm tired. Guys, can we slow down? But when it stops and it's taken away from you by certain people, then you just don't know how to function in a place of such calm. So that's been nice. Like I said, in a very strange way, having the kids around a lot and getting to spend actual, like, significant amounts of time with them rather than these very short visits that we used to have. And getting the house finalized to have them back full time has just been it's been great. But it kind of messes with the show thing because I'll just be honest with you guys. I think about very few things right now. My main focus is kids back in the house, criminal case. What does life look like as this thing progresses? And I can't talk much about those on the show, so it makes it kind of like getting shows prepped and thinking through these other subjects to talk about gets like that has to be a secondary investment, and it really sucks for the show, and I'm sorry about that for you guys, but that's kind of how my brain has to work and prioritize things right now because this coming month actually we're going to transition like an Olympics opening ceremony into August over the showtime here, and August is a very, very big month. My child custody case will be finished, my criminal case will be lighting up, so it'll be a lot of fun. Yay.
I'm gonna stop it there, but yeah. No.
Okay, but it just irks me. Like he's like, because people took away circumstances or whatever. It's just the whole blaming of the government for what you did. I can't.
Oh yeah.
You did something wrong. You got caught. Because the government is awful. Listen, I can agree with you on that, but you did something wrong. You got caught, and you've got to deal. I don't know. I can't. It bugs me so much.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, like, if you know anything about Nick, it's not a surprise. I would expect nothing else from him. So it just doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, well, because there's he feels like the way that he talks and stuff is like he's trying to talk his way out of the situation, right? He's like calculating in his head as he's talking, how am I going to get myself out of it? You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
It does, but everything he's thrown at it so far hasn't worked. So, and when does he go back? November 25th and 26th. He's got Monty's case and then this. Okay. So we'll definitely be covering that. And actually, by the time you guys watch this, the following Monday and Tuesday, Kayla and April have court dates. So that Wednesday, we'll do a show on it, and whatever comes out of it, we'll see. But so August the 9th, Nick announces that the kids are back home. Also, August the 9th, Nick releases private DMs between him and Josh Noel Moon. Nick and Noel argue over in DMs releasing his police body cam footage. Also argue over Nick's insinuation that local police planted drugs in his house, and that's what Nick referenced on Chrissy Mayer's podcast, and then said, "I didn't. That's not what I said.
That's not what I meant.
I didn't say that.
I didn't say that."
So, August 16th, Nick streams.
Other cases, not his own.
Do what?
He was talking about other cases, not his own. Is his explanation.
Yeah, he does that all the time, though. He does that all the time where he says it, he words it in just the right way where it's like, you can't say I specifically said that. So grimy. August 16th, Nick streams and has Dick Masterson on his show. Nick talks about Kiwi farmers and Lawtubers submitting FOIAs for his body cam footage. Nick says he found a pedophile account on Kiwi Farms who was also an account on Nick's Locals. Nick blames Josh Moon, Noel, for harboring pedophiles. Noel immediately removes the account. It's interesting. And then on August the 21st, we've got Nick's omnibus hearing. April and Kayla are in attendance. Ethan Ralph travels to Minnesota to cover the hearing to support Nick. Ethan threatens to dox any Kiwi farmers that show up to the hearing. Omnibus hearing lasts approximately 10 minutes. Same day, August 21st, Ethan Ralph challenges Aaron to a boxing match at Aaron's boxing gym in St. Cloud. Ethan never shows up, but later says he was given the wrong address. We also covered that on our channel. That's the inside the Rekieta Omnibus hearing video on our channel. And actually, we had a couple people sending us stuff live that were there. So that's a good video to watch if you've not seen that or are not familiar. August the 20th, Nick's second house, the Baldo bunker, is put on the market for $450,000. Since then, it's been reduced to $425,000. We also went over this, but I could not tell you which stream it was on. I think it was that one, actually. It might have been the Omnibus hearing one. Yeah, it's been reduced. Been reduced 25,000. But anyway, this is the house that was put on sale. And it's, if this is there, you know, this house, Nick's house is like right here. Way over here.
Yeah.
So, anywho. Now we've got August the 24th. Nick and April go to an art show in Minneapolis. And April posts the pictures on her Instagram. Which I thought this was weird anyway, but let me see how big I can get it. So, let's go a little bigger. As good as I can do, I guess. So here's April in her dress. And there was a big argument over whether or not Aaron bought her this dress. He swears he did. She swears they didn't. It doesn't matter, but I thought that was funny that they were bickering over that. Here she is with her shoes off at the art gallery. Dirty Dancing, Silence of the Lambs, Top Gun, Goonies. She's got her name, but that looks like a metal tag. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just paper, but she's got her name tag on. This supposedly is Nick's watch. Aaron's talked about that before. So anyway, there's April in all her glory. Is Nick on this one? It is a pretty dress, but
yeah.
Alrighty. I mean, like, all right. Why? So here she is. I guess that's the last one, but there's another picture of Nick standing like right here in front of the same building. There's no pictures of Kayla. That's not to say she wasn't there, but there's no pictures of her. Then we have, I don't know how much I want to play this. I'll just do a real quick minute of it. This is Aaron talking about that
at that
post.
Cheesy Hollywood H, says J-Rock. Look, I'm going to leave that up to the Kiwi Farms people, but once again, like the Summer's Eve thing, they were mean. Some of the stuff, I have to say, like some of the shit they say about April actually does, like once in a while, it will bother me in a weird way because I'll be like, that's really mean. And like, I did marry her. Like I was with her and happy and we were in love at some point. Like I understand she's not that person anymore. The person I met would think that an art gallery thing was the gayest thing in the world. That is something that I had to laugh at when I saw her at that. I go, you really are just whoever someone tells you to be. I was like, do you know how much you and I would have made fun of this when we first met and we got married? Like, do you have any idea like how gay we're like, oh, the Hollywood H.
But that's messed up. I don't like that comment because first of all, look at my Paul's game is so strong. Hold on, you know I gotta get it.
Grab it.
Oh, I got it. But no, I don't like that because now that's not to say that she's not easily influenced because I think she is. She's young. She's trying to figure things out. And I don't fault her for that, but just to be like, oh, we never would have done that. No, all that you ever did was whatever Aaron wanted to do. Football games, golf. That was basically it. She had no friends, whatever. She needed, I'm sure wanted to see more of the world and experience things. So I don't know. I don't fault her for that. Maybe she was into art or had never experienced it and just wanted to dress up really nice and go. Doesn't mean that she is just whoever anybody needs her to be. I don't like that comment. That rubs me the wrong way. It's a very narcissistic thing to say.
I can't with the freeze frame, man.
I didn't mean to.
And I kind of agree with you on that too, because if you saw like even the shows that Aaron and April would do together, it's like she feed off of his energy at that time and kind of like the I don't know, just the way in which he was saying stuff and how she would respond to it would be similar to him, and maybe not entirely all her.
And I think as time went on, like right before she left the show, she started to push back more. And if there was something that, you know, she didn't agree with, or she had an opinion about something that he would like not let her get out, she would push back. And when, you know, it was obvious that she wasn't going to be able to share that opinion, she would just get really upset and clam up. And point being, I think, you know, she grew out of him just in general, whether Nick and Kayla were around or not. I think there was this, I think the more and more that he acted like that towards her and treated her that way, the more and more that isolated her. And just from that point, what do? You're just in this, you know, bubble with Aaron of all people. So your brain is going to go, okay, what else can I find pleasure in? That's not this. I have to think like him. I have to act like him. I have no friends. I have nothing to do. I have nowhere to go. So I think she was already in that mindset of like trying to, you know, be something other than that. So I think Kayla and Nick being that avenue, I mean, that's an interesting take, but she saw it out and she took it. And I think this was just part of it. The art thing was like, no, maybe she liked that the whole time, but you never listened long enough to find out. You know, maybe because she was so busy trying to keep you happy going around to these football games and golf and karaoke, you know, that you just never knew that side of her. Or maybe she grew into that and realized she did like it. Maybe she just wanted to put on a dress and look good for the night. Who cares? Anyway.
Like, we would have just made fun of that endlessly. She's like, no, this is amazing. It's like, come on. You want to wear camo and put deer piss on your boots. Don't sit here and go, I want to go to I'm an art gal. You're not. You never have been. Another win for the Toasts, TJ Blackmore. No, so some of that shit they say on the farms, it's like, dude, that mean, like, even though I'm like, you know, I'm like, thank God she's there and I'm here. Like, I don't want to be anywhere near the shit she's involved in. But like, there's still like when people just endlessly shit on her and like by the 19th time they say she looks like a prostitute, I go, okay, God, like there is still that part of me that's like, okay, that used to be my wife, dude. Like, take it easy, you know? But starts to reflect on me.
I'm
like
the only one that can shit on her. She used to be
I
my
just started to say that. He can do it and has endlessly, right? But nobody else can. Okay, sorry, I was grabbing that.
Or she looks 10 years older than she. I'm like, hey, that's enough. I got it. I laughed at the first 7. The 8th one, Ape is doing whatever it takes to keep that bag and not have to work again. So my lawyer was telling me, he's like, these women, he goes,
can I say one thing though? It's still the pictures, even though she looked great, but the pictures of her and Nick at that gallery bug me.
Why?
It bugs me because of everything that is going on, you know?
Right.
And I understand like people have to live their lives and stuff like that. And I get it, but I don't know what it's just, there's something about it that just, it rubs me the wrong way.
It's tasteless.
Yes, that's probably what it is. Yeah.
It's just tasteless. It's not the right time. It's not none of that. And in the same respect, like when Aaron was posting pictures and videos and stuff of his kids when Nick's kids were taken away, not before then and not after then, but used as a weapon. This too, I feel like is used as a weapon.
Like
this was like slap in the face. It was unnecessary. You didn't have to. You know, let people think whatever they're going to think. Let them wonder. It doesn't matter. And you've protected it this long. So why, you know, when the cat's out of the bag, I guess she is staying over at the house, whatever. They felt free reign to just post whatever they want. And to me, that's a slap in the face. Like all of this is going on right now. It's tasteless at best.
Yeah.
Just really,
agreed.
I don't know.
You put it into context and that what I was thinking into words.
That's how I feel about it. I just feel like it was unnecessary and weaponized.
And like you said, it does feel kind of like a slap in the face.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
It was like, okay, there for a little while you were taunting me with pictures of your children because mine were taken away, and you did that purposefully. So now that you know she's over here and that we're hanging out still and whatever else, here she is in this beautiful dress, and look at the life I can show her. I can take her here and she's having a great time. And so I don't know. I think there's some pettiness that continues on both sides.
And Aaron and Nick are very similar.
Mm-hmm.
They are very similar.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's why
in that personality. That's why I think they were doing each other.
They might have been. I am so ready for this to be over with Nick so that Nick can talk. I want to hear how much of what we've been fed from Aaron is the truth. And I'm sure other things will come out that Aaron hasn't told us. But all of this for the past since May, all of this has been based on Aaron's, his not timeline, but his for all of these events. We've heard all these different details. What if half of it's true? What if 10% is true and the real story is this? Whatever. Either way, there's other sides to the story that I feel like we all should hear, because otherwise we're just taking Aaron, who's an unreliable narrator, and his word on what actually happened. So I'd like to hear, from someone else that was involved. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the end of this trial, whatever comes out of it, and I want to hear Nick talk about all the stuff and at least refute what's not true. Even if he's lying,
even with that, you're gonna have to. It's like you have to take 2 big grains of salt if you're listening to either of them.
Yeah, but you're right. But I still feel like it. This whole time he's not been able to say anything at all. If part of it's not true, or if Aaron said something that's just blatantly false, he can't say anything. So yeah, I mean, there'll, I'm sure, be a huge chunk of it that he's lying about. But I still want to hear it. And then the story's over for me.
He's had longer to craft his coming out, as they say.
Well,
than Aaron has.
Yeah, and there's people that swear up and down that they have evidence of some homosexual stuff going on between Aaron and Nick, and I would really like to see that.
The evidence, not the...
Yes, God, help it. Yes, the evidence.
I just needed to make it clear.
Yes, for sure. No, I'm not interested in the other, but yeah, so we'll see what happens, I guess. It's all sort of coming to a head. I get it.
Them just don't want to work so bad that they'll debase themselves to any level. Like they'll just completely make themselves husks of humans just so they don't have to work. And I'm like, that is a dead existence. That's too bad. I mostly meant Nick's cope smile and her shitty dress.
He just said something about being a husk of a human so they don't have to work. Does he realize what he does for a living? Anyway, I'm bored with this. We're gonna move on. You get
we get
yeah.
Projection, man.
So okay, August the 28th, April's arraignment happened. She's on the Zoom call for the drug charges. We're not going to watch all of this by any means, but I did find the video of Nick sort of watching it. So just to play a couple seconds of it.
The fourth time it mentions her name. It says her purse was located in a hallway between the master bedroom leading to the attached bathroom, and that a co-defendant indicated and the
her background does not look familiar, you liars. What are you talking?
I mean, right. Like that's what that was what I took from it.
The collective gasp when she came on screen when that hearing happened was
pretty much unbelievable.
Very audible. Yes.
Like,
I mean, I remember
all the
places. I was like, oh my God. Why?
Use what you call it, the green screen that is available to you. Use anything but that. Like, come on.
I know.
So we're coming up on, what is this? This is going to be September. So September the 2nd, there was a warrant issued for Aaron on felony charges for the dissemination of nude images of Kayla to Gino, which we've seen that video earlier. So that was September the 3rd. September the 21st. Hold on. No, I wanted to show this first. And I don't think I can even show all of it, but at least the first part.
We are here today for a first appearance, Mr. Imholt's rights, as well as the allegations. I have Judge we waive reading.
Thank you. Combined with Rule 8 today.
Judge, we agree to accept Rule 8 materials by mail, and we would ask for an omnibus hearing.
That's all you need. That's all you need. There's Aaron at his court date. And then
How
we
did I
also
forget about that happening? Him going to jail.
Girl, yeah, don't you know this is the best day ever? He gave his apple juice away. He read 2 books and took a nap and
Oh yeah.
This is what I meant to play first. I had him backwards, but
Oops, sorry, girl.
You're fine.
A local podcaster is now facing charges for something he allegedly did while live streaming his show. Aaron Imholt is the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show that has been on the air for at least a decade. Fox 9's Karen Scullin joins us now to explain what is happening here. Karen?
37-year-old Aaron Imholt made his first court appearance this morning for disseminating private sexual images without consent. But he appeared to do this while actually live streaming.
I bet you thought I wasn't coming. Welcome to the show. It's me. It's 37-year-old Aaron Imholt, the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show, a YouTube podcast with about 13,000 subscribers. But one of Imholt's May shows...
They got a really douchey clip of him in the beginning.
A photo of a naked woman that he knows to a person joining him on the podcast. That woman reported the situation to police, and now Imholt faces criminal charges.
Did you check? I like tattoos more than I think.
Boy, didn't do too bad, did he?
I can't. I'm sorry.
I had to cut it right there for obvious reasons.
Honestly, okay. And I do have to say, and I've said it, I don't think he intended to be malicious with that. So
no, I don't think he was.
I know that we've discussed it.
Yeah, I don't think he was either. He was just trying to show out. But you can't be this stupid. You cannot be that stupid.
You know, and it happened so quickly. Like, it happened just mere days after the arrest itself, too. That it's just like, I don't think he wasn't even thinking at all.
He was on his media tour. The world was, his oyster. He had all these new viewers. He had thousands of dollars coming in super chats. He was on Kino Casino, MLC. He was all over the place. So he could care less. And Gino was his homie at the time. That was his homie. So let's finish out September. So September the 21st, Nick streams on Locals. He is done with court mandated rehab. That was an interesting stream. We went over that. I don't know, a couple of weeks back. But he was talking about being depressed. He was talking about not basically being too good for rehab, and the people that were there needed it more than him, et cetera, et cetera. That was interesting.
They were addicts. He wasn't an addict. They were addicts.
Yep.
That was that stream. And I remember I texted you. I was like, I'm disgusted.
Yeah, it was bad.
That. It's just like, wow. Delusion.
Well, and I was going to bring up our show. But anyway, yeah, right after that, on the 25th of September, was Nick's motion for the Franks hearing that got denied. We did an entire stream on it. So go watch that. It was good. Not good for him, but a good stream. And then September the 29th, Nick appears on Good Logic stream, making a number of jokes about his Locals 5,000 gift. I don't know how much you know about that, but he had promised the Locals people some kind of a reward for hitting 5,000, I guess, members. Don't hold me to that. I don't remember all the details, but basically that was supposed to happen. It never happened. So I guess they discussed it. Jokes about potentially criminal Sean. Nick complains about his headphones making him sound like he has a gun in his mouth. That's like the 4th or 5th time I've heard him say that since he's been out of jail. That quote. And it says he's been saying this quote repeatedly lately. And then October the 1st, April is asked on Instagram. Hold on, I can pull this one up. April's asked on Instagram, so what are you going to when are you going to start cheating on Nick? April responds, I would never, as in I'm not into cheating. So if I were in the position, I wouldn't. He also deserves much better than anyone who would cheat on him. Now, we also discussed this on a different show whenever this first happened. Because April, like, this was the post right here. Erin had a lot to say about her pushing her boobs up. She's laying on her stomach. Leave her alone. She's not working with much. Give her a break. Well, let her thirst trap if she wants to. She's found herself and she feels like she's looking good. Leave her the hell alone. I don't even like April, but I mean, come on. Let her just post her whatever. She's not out there being like... Yeah, she showed even more skin live on stream for $500 when you pimped her out. Let her just have... She's just happy. Leave her alone. So somebody says, so when are you going to start cheating on Nick? And she says, I would never. And then like hours go by and she comes back. See, 4 hours later, as in I'm not into cheating. So if I were in the position, I wouldn't. He also deserves much better than anyone who would cheat on him. So it's like she thought about it and was like, oh, let me just go make sure I, clear that up. So November the 26th, Nick's criminal hearing where he will plead guilty, not guilty, or take a plea deal. And then November the 27th is the hearing for Nick's defamation case against Monograph, or Monograph's defamation case against him, rather. And then, like I said earlier, April and Kayla have court dates Monday and Tuesday of next week. And then, so we're going to do a show about that Wednesday. I think that's like the 29th or something. The 30th, Wednesday the 30th.
The 30th. Yep.
Oh, and that's it. So that's the timeline. And like she said earlier, we had decided to do this like days before the Kiwi house cat, or whatever the name of that, house cat, deleted their ex. So this was in the works already, but we got busy with some other stuff.
Yeah,
and there's a lot going on there, and honestly, there's so many other little things that if I were making the timeline, that's why the one time that we decided we wanted to and started on it, we were like, this is going to take us months. I would have picked out so many other little tiny details that I think matter, but it was pretty good. I mean, the timeline overall was fairly thorough. So hats off.
There are definitely a lot of clips and threads and stuff that we didn't have time to present today, but we do suggest, if you want to find out more and watch more clips, like, because I know for me, like, I want to go back and watch more of that Claire Bear clip talking about like what happened with the locals and stuff, because like I just understanding how it started to just go downhill, I think is important to know. But definitely go check it out yourself.
I think what I'm going to do, since this looks like it's still, wait a minute, original post. I'm going to put the link to this Kiwi Farms thread in the description, and that way, or I'll send it to you since you're going to be posting this in a minute. If you'll just put that in the description. All the links that we went over today are there. So if there was something that we didn't have time to look over, you will have time to. But it's extensive. It's long. The clips, some of the clips that are on there are, the full 3 hour stream. So there's a lot to take in, and that's why it's been months and months and months of this. But we are looking forward to the resolution of all of these cases. We've got Nick, Kayla, Aaron, and April all headed to court between now and the first of the year. So there's a lot that will be happening, and we will be here to cover it and then be done with it. I'm I'm about this. What's going to happen after? You're going to have Aaron still doing the same stuff. You're going to, and honestly, the only thing to watch with him is how quickly, like, what happens with that channel, because when this is all said and done, there's not going to be anything else to talk about. The gossip's gone, and then it's Aaron still trying to figure out how to do a show, even though that's his livelihood. That's how he, like, I would have had it to a science, and when things didn't work, I would change, and adjust. But he doesn't, and he's very stubborn. He won't change anything, whether it's the cover photo to Twitter. He won't change the background, which looks like absolute trash. I didn't like the banner, but that looks better than what he's got now. So his his show and views and everything else, money, all of it are quickly going downhill. So other than watching Aaron crash and burn and maybe have to get a job in the real world, there's not much to say about Aaron. That's why we haven't been like covering his every move, because he's boring and he's really hard to watch. He's just a disgusting human being, if I do say so myself. I think he's gross and I can't stand it, watch him for so long. So we, other than the court stuff, and I guess, what's there to say about Nick? What is he going to do when this is all said and done? Is he going to go back to lawtubing the interwebs, or is he going to be like, what is he going to do? The girls aren't talking, so there's nothing really to cover there. You've just got Aaron and Nick, and so point being, when the court stuff is over, we're probably done with this for a while. I'm going to get back to other stuff that we're interested in besides just this insane ride. But I am excited to see what happens with court.
I'm wondering, well, because even when it does come to court, like I'm thinking, like I in my head, the outcome of Kayla's case, I think will heavily show us how Nick's case, whether they're gonna do a continuance. I don't know if they would or could, or if she pleads, then you would think that that would be the next step for Nick, would be to plea. Or if this goes to trial, I would be surprised, but not surprised at the same time. Same with Aaron's case. I'm telling you, I would not be surprised if Aaron's case does go to a trial, because if they don't take away the felony, he'll be like, well, forget it. Let's just go to trial.
I think
I'll be honest, I don't think he should get a felony for, like, with the criteria that the felony is for. I don't think so. So
I don't
disagree. Be surprised if he goes to trial.
I don't disagree, but I think it's not going to come to that. I think there's going to be a plea deal that says if you will plead guilty to the lesser charge, we'll drop the felony.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen. And even that, he may not, if he may fight, but it's the same thing with like Nick and Kayla. Well, Nick specifically, I don't know what Kayla's going to end up doing, but Nick is too stubborn to just let it go. He is, I feel like he is too stubborn to take a plea deal and plead guilty when he would much rather take it to trial and try to fight it till the end. I just think that's more like his personality, but I think it would be smarter for him just to plead out, but I don't know. We'll see. And then April, I mean, who knows what's going to happen with her? I don't know. Like in the long run, no matter what, I think the only thing we're going to see out of any of it is going to be probation as far as jail time. I don't think none of them are doing jail time. But it will be interesting to see how they plead or whether or not they take it to trial. So I don't know. I'm excited, not excited, but I'm excited to see what happens. I want to see like the resolution. Right. I want to see how this is handled.
What's the conclusion?
But that's it. That's all I've got.
Yep. Well, thank you all for being with us, and us for being in the chat with you in the future.
Yes, we'll be there.
I guess
hey Jackie in the future.
But on Wednesday it's going to be kind of like our conclusion of the spooky month, because we're going to be going over Silence of the Lambs on Wednesday, and then the following week we have some insights on the Sarah Boone trial, and that we're going to talk about a little bit. And then that Wednesday we are obviously going to be talking about the girls, April and Kayla's court dates and such. And then we've got some other things coming up next month that we'll talk to you all about later on. But other than that, it was a long one. Thank you guys for sitting in with us, and we will see you next time.
Later, y'all.
Bye.